the March 25th, 2021 Land Use Commission meeting, which is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing platform in order to comply with state and county official operational directives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to view the meeting or listen to it via the Zoom platform. I'd like to remind all participants, even though I said this to you yesterday, to speak slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. And please, if you can, identify yourself before speaking. Please also be aware for all meeting participants, you are being recorded on the digital record of the Zoom meeting. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record for this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. Because of the Zoom technology that we're using, where each of us access the meeting via our own personal digital devices, occasional disruptions to connectivity may occur for one or more participants. These matters are generally out of our control. If it happens, please let us know, and please be patient with us as we try to restore audiovisual signals so we can conduct our business. My name is Jonathan Likeke Scheuer. I have the great pleasure and honor of serving as the Land Use Commission Chair at this time. Along with me, Commissioners Don Chang, Arnold Wong, Gary Okuda, our LUC Executive Officer, Daniel Ordenker, our Chief Planner, Scott Derrickson, our Chief Clerk, Riley Hakoda, our Deputy Attorney General, who is Dan Morris, who is with us for the first hour today, I believe. Mr. Morris, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and then we will have Linda Chow back with us. Our program specialist, Natasha Kanonis, and our court reporter, Jean McManus, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Nancy Cabral is on Hawaii Island. Commissioner Lee Ohigashi is on Maui, and Commissioner Dan Giovanni is holding it up on Kauai. And Commissioner Edmund Axon is with us. Kalamai, sorry for missing you, Commissioner. I thought you were on a beach somewhere in Tahiti based on your background and not in our meeting. So, we currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. Now, where we left off yesterday was that we were going to do admission of exhibits this morning related to additional materials that parties had filed. And then we were going to continue on with witnesses for the petitioner. Have I missed something or anything in that order of business for today? Mr. Ordenker?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, so we have some exhibits that were sent to us and filed from the petitioner, Mr. Ewan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Exhibits 39, 40, 41, and 42 were, as I had mentioned yesterday, statements that were collected by Nancy McMahon, who is our archaeological and cultural witness. She, we inadvertently did not include these in the copy of her report that was attached to the final environmental impact statement. So we are asking to submit 39, 40, 41, and 42 now.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ewan. I realized I didn't even do appearances yet for today. So
Okay.
I have gotten ahead of myself. Can we do appearances first?
Yes, William Ewan and Jana Ahu on behalf of Petitioner H.T. Kauai, LLC.
Okay.
H.T. Kauai Joint Venture, LLC. Yes.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donohue on behalf of the county, and also present is Deputy Director of Planning Jody Higuchi Seigusa. Good morning.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee on behalf of the Office of Planning. With me is Randy Funakoshi and Kaua from the Office of Planning.
Good morning, Bianca Isaki and Lance Collins here for intervener Liko Kalani Martin, who's also here with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience with me. And in case it's not incredibly clear, we are continuing on our hearing of docket number A11-791 HG Kauai Joint Venture, HoKua Place. Now we can continue, Mr. Yuan, I believe, with the entry of exhibits.
Let me go back again and start from the beginning. Exhibit 39 is a statement of Albert Fukushima. Exhibit 40 is a statement of Willie Sanchez. Exhibit 41 is a statement of Stanley Vasquez. These documents were inadvertently omitted from the report of Nancy McMahon, her archaeological and cultural assessments that were attached to the final environmental impact statement. Exhibit 42 is a statement of qualifications of Milton Ching, who is our Kama'aina witness. Exhibit 43 is Mr. Ching's letter to the Land Use Commission. We weren't sure if this was actually received by the Land Use Commission or not. Exhibit 44 is a space holder for a development cost estimate that Mr. Bracken was asked to prepare. We don't have that document prepared at this time. And Exhibit 45 is that we filed this morning is the development cost statement that Mr. Bao testified to yesterday, and we're submitting this at the request of the Land Use Commission. So I'd like to move into evidence exhibits 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43, and 45.
Okay, are there any objections from the parties? County?
No objections, subject to cross-examination and to argue relevance at the needed time. So no other objections, Ron.
Thank you. Mr. Yee?
No objections.
Ms. Isaki?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Collins?
the only objection that we have would be to exhibits 39, 40, 41, and 43 as being unduly repetitious. 39, 40, and 41 do actually appear in the EIS, and we actually pulled it out as part of our exhibit number 2 at PDF 485, 486, and 487. The letter of Mr. Ching to the LUC does already appear in the docket. It's on the LUC website. So we just have an objection as to unduly repetitious with respect to those exhibits.
Can you articulate any harm to your client from the entry of these exhibits?
No, just that it's unduly repetitious.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to overrule and admit them as exhibits. Anything else procedurally before we move on? If not, Mr. Ewan, will you go over again your order of witnesses for the day?
The first witness we intend to call is Milton Ching. We're then going to call Cody Winchester and David Rito if we get to him in the morning. If not, Bill Bao is scheduled to reappear at 1 p.m. And he would be followed by Mr. Rito, Nancy McMahon, Randall Okaneku, Ricky Cassidy, Tom Nance, and Rana Gore.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will be taking breaks approximately every 50 minutes. We will take a lunch break from noon to 1. Are there any questions or concerns with our procedures for today, starting with the petitioner?
None.
County?
None by the county commissioner.
Mr. Yee?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Collins or Ms. Isaki?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, why don't you bring on Mr. Ching, Mr. Yuan.
Mr. Ching is in the audience and I'll be questioning him.
Okay, I will admit him in. Mr. Ching, I am going to move you to be a panelist. If you can enable your audio and video, I will swear you in, and then you'll be questioned by the petitioner and then the other parties and commissioners. So Mr. Ching, can you hear me? If you can hear me, you're in the room, but you need to enable your audio and video. This might be at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Okay, we can see you. Awesome. We can see the upper 2/3 of your head. If you can adjust your, there we go. Mahalo. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in, and then you'll get questioned by the petitioner. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Yuan, your witness.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Milton Kai Chong Ching. I live at 5369 Kauai Road, Kapa'a, Kauai, Kauai.
And when and where were you born?
I was born in 1957 in Lihue, Kauai.
Can you please explain your ancestral background as it pertains to the land that is the subject of this petition?
I am part Hawaiian. I am a resident of Kapa'a, Kauai, Kauai. My grandparents, Ching Kai Chong and Kai Chong, lived on Lehua Street, which is about a half a mile from HoKua Place land. My parents and my grandparents attended Kapa'a First Hawaiian Church located in Kapa'a and approximately 1 mile from the project site. My Chinese tutu was a rice planter during the 1920s and later the 1930s in the area where the Kapa'a Armory is now. My family have lived in the Ahupua of Kapa'a along with the surrounding Ahupuas of Kealia and Wailua. I can trace my ancestors in the area back to 1858 and my wife's ancestors in 1823. My tutu's name appears in the tax records for Kapa'a in 1858. I grew up in this area. My children and my mopunas live in the area.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the term cultural descendant?
Yes, I do.
And what does that term refer to?
It means a claimant who is recognized by the Island Burial Council, establishing connections to Native Hawaiian ancestors who once resided or are buried or both in the same Ahupua'a or district in which Native Hawaiian skeletal remains are discovered.
And do you consider yourself a cultural descendant or kama'aina of the Kapa'a area who's familiar with the traditional Hawaiian customs and practices of the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please describe your background in Hawaiian cultural practices and your work as a cultural monitor?
I was raised by my parents and learned about Hawaiian cultural practices from the time I was a child. I have taken courses from the University of Hawaii in the cultural anthropology and Hawaiiana. I retired from the state DLNR Docare on Kauai in 2012, and I am a former Kauai police officer serving 35.5 years in law enforcement. I am a cultural monitor for development projects. As a cultural monitor, it is my job to monitor ground disturbances on construction sites, observe machinery, heavy equipment in excavation and digging, and identify any cultural sites.
So what projects on Kauai have you worked on as a cultural monitor?
One of the projects I worked was in Princeville, Hanalei, for Aina Pacific Consulting Archaeology Company.
And what did you do for that project?
My responsibility on that job site was the construction of a new septic system for the owners.
And did you also work on the Hanamaulu project in Wailua?
Yes, I work for cultural surveys as the cultural monitor for the Hanamaulu project.
And what did you do for that project?
My responsibility was to observe the excavation of a trench and the removal of grass.
And did you also work on the bike and pedestrian path in Waipali?
Yes, I'm currently working with the County of Kauai under the Bowers Contracting Company. And so I'm on the job site right now.
Okay, and what are you doing for that project?
I'm responsible for watching any disturbance of the ground. And we also have an archaeologist on site too.
And are you also working on the Kuhio widening project?
Yes, I'm also working with the Department of Transportation on the widening of the highway in front of the Coco Palms Hotel.
Okay, and what are you doing for that particular project?
My responsibility again is to observe any ground disturbance, and we also have an archaeologist also assigned to that project.
And are you familiar with the land for the HoKua Place project?
Yes, I am.
Historically, how was the HoKua Place project land used that you know of?
Well, based on my observation when I traveled past the project site, it was remnants of the Lihui Plantation Sugar Company.
And about back till when can you recall it being remnants of the plantation?
I would say around the 1990s.
And are you aware of anyone using the HoKua Place land for traditional cultural practices or gathering right now?
Not to my knowledge.
As a kama'aina of the Kapa'a area, are you aware of any heiau or archaeological sites on the HoKua project land?
Now, the answer is no. There's not any information on any archaeological sites, but I think there are some plantation flumes on the property. I also want to state there were two books written by a guy named Thomas G. Thrum back in 1907 or 1908. And there was another gentleman named William Bennett in 1931. So they provided a lot of information on heiaus on the island of Kauai and also for the Aupua of Kapa'a.
And are there any heiaus listed on the Petitioner's project site?
According to the two references, no.
Are you aware of any Hawaiian burials on the HoKua Place land?
To my knowledge, no. But there are two cemeteries close to the project site. One of them is on, it's a Chinese cemetery that's close to Malu Road and Apopo Road. That is privately owned. There's a second cemetery that is under the jurisdiction of the County of Kauai. And it's a little bit, I would say about a half a mile from the Chinese cemetery and maybe about a mile from the project site.
But you don't know of any burials on the project site, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
As a kama'aina of the Kapa'a area, are you aware of any traditional ongoing cultural or gathering practices taking place on the HoKua Place project area?
Mr. Ching, you have become muted.
Kalamai.
You need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. As a kama'aina of the Kapa'a area, are you aware of any traditional ongoing cultural or gathering practices on the HoKua Place project site?
Not to my knowledge. I think during the time that the Lihue Plantation had the property, as far as my understanding is, no cultural practices were done, to my knowledge.
And do you know Joseph Kamai?
Yes, I do.
And do you consider him a kama'aina of the area?
No, I don't. I just want to elaborate further. During my tenure at DLNR, I had an opportunity to have met Mr. Kamai on some of the activities that we were having on Kauai. So I know of Mr. Kamai.
And to your knowledge, he's not a kama'aina of the area?
That is my statement, yes.
And do you also know Rhoda Libre?
I know of, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I know, I don't know Rhoda Libre personally, but I have knowledge that she ran for the Kauai County Council. I also know that Ms. Libre is a musician over at Smith's Boat and maybe Waialeale Tours.
Okay.
I'm just, if I may, Counselor, I'm not going to stop you from this line of questioning, but I'm just going to express my discomfort with it. That you're trying to impinge the character of other witnesses in their absence.
Understood, Chair. We can move on from that. Do you know Rico Martin?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Rico Martin?
Well, Mr. Martin and I share the same kupuna. His tutu named David Bonaparte Haumea, and my tutu P.O. Kaumama Haumea. So they were siblings. David Bonaparte Haumea and P.K. Haumea were brothers, and we come from Hanamaui.
And what do you know about native gathering rights?
Native gathering rights are reserved for the people of Hawaiian ancestry. I was involved in a court case where a local Chinese guy was trying to claim native gathering rights. The judge found against him because he could not prove his Hawaiian ancestry.
Mr. Chair, we have an objection.
What's your objection?
It's not clear what the relevance of the last question and answer are to these proceedings.
Ms. Ahu, what is the relevance?
This is just based off of his experience to demonstrate his credibility in this particular area as a kama'aina witness, as a cultural monitor, and as someone who has been involved with court cases involving native gathering rights.
Can you repeat the question, please, for me?
Oh, what do you know about native gathering rights?
I'll allow it.
And one last question, what's your experience in La'olapa'au in the gathering and use of these plants and in the Kapa'a? And was it done in the Kapa'a area?
When I was very young, my father taught me about the following Hawaiian medicinal plants and their uses. One of them was the popolo plant. And I used to pick it, but today I don't remember what we used it for. The other plant that we used was the olena. And these plants, I know about it because I used to pick it. I used to help my dad grind it and mash it up. And he put it in my ear. So I know about the olena. And that was used for earaches. Another one that my dad shared with me was the young shoots of the guava tree. And so I used to pick it, and today I forgot what the use of it was. And so I cannot tell you folks what we used it for, but I remember picking it from the tree that was in our yard, and I used it and I did it for my dad. The other one I know pretty well is the Heialoa plant, or they call it the Heialoa plant. And this plant used to grow on the side of the roads and in dry places. And I used to go with my dad and we used to pick it, pull it out of the ground. I used to scrape the bark from the root of the plant. We used to boil it and we drank it like tea. I drank it because I used to get sore throat. So I know about the Heialoa plant. The last plant I know is the Laukahi plant. And we used to grow it at home. And I used to pick it out of the ground and I used to dry it on a clothesline. And when it got dried, my dad used to put it in a pot of water and he boiled it and we drank it. But today, I don't remember what was the thing about Laukai, but I can recognize the plant today and I can tell everyone that we used it when I was young.
And these plants that you used, they were picked and used from your yard, correct?
We used to plant all of these plants at home.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ching, you'll now be available for questioning by the parties and the commissioners, starting with the county. Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ching. Thank you for coming in today and testifying.
Good morning. Thank you.
So in reviewing the written testimony that you made or submitted in support of HoKua Place, it says, I support this project. So is it safe to assume that that's still your opinion, that you support HoKua Place being developed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also that this project will be providing jobs and housing for those that are in need of a home and employment. And you believe that, correct?
I believe in that. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just curious, have you viewed the design plans for HoKua Place?
I only saw what was online that was submitted by the petitioners.
Okay. Do you know how many units are going to be in the development?
I cannot say exactly, but I read it online.
Okay. Okay. So do you know that there will be 769 units total in HoKua Place?
Yes.
Okay. And that there will be 86 single family homes that will be built in HoKua Place. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And that there will be 683 multifamily homes that will also be built in HoKua Place.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much each unit is going to be sold for?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know how many, if any, of the units that are going to be built in HoKua Place will be affordable or workforce housing units?
I have no answer for that, Mr. Donahue.
Okay. So given you don't know how much each of the units are going to be sold for, do you have concerns that there will be potentially a shortage of affordable houses in this development for local families to purchase?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Donahue.
Okay. But if local families aren't able to afford to purchase 70-80% of the number of units that are proposed, would that concern you?
It really depends on the family, whether they can afford it or not, but I cannot give you an answer on that.
Okay. Okay. If prices are too high for local families to afford, would that concern you that this development isn't contributing to housing for local families?
That might be a possibility. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And you also state that the project will provide jobs.
That is normally that goes with a development, construction jobs, etc.
Okay, so it would only be, so that statement there, that only covers the jobs that would be created through the construction of the development and not jobs, once people move in, you don't know what percentage of people are going to be able to get jobs in that area.
Mr. Donahue, I cannot answer that question.
Okay. With this, the 769 units proposed, are you concerned that there may be an increase in traffic congestion around the bypass road and surrounding area?
That would be reasonably to say, yes.
Okay. And does this concern you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, why?
Because the way the traffic is in Kapa'a, I've sat in the traffic from the bypass road and Kuhio Highway. So the traffic is already here in Kapa'a. But also notice since the tourist hasn't been here, the traffic is much better.
Okay, but once should tourism come back and that there's an increased number of units in this area that could create potential traffic congestion problems, that would be a concern for you?
That would be a reasonable answer. The answer is yes.
Okay. Do these traffic concerns, does that change your opinion on whether you still support the development or not?
No, it doesn't. I still support the subdivision.
Okay. And why is that given these traffic concerns?
Because we had other developments that came before this project. We had a lot of traffic in Princeville. And there's also a project coming up in Kilea. And so we've lived here many, many years, and we went through whatever the politicians and the experts did to create the subdivisions that came before us. So like I said, Mr. Donahue, I'm in favor of this project, mainly for the people that don't have a job, don't have a housing. I have a job, I have a housing, so it doesn't affect me about the new housing. I'm just have known a lot of people that need homes.
Okay.
So that's my stance on it.
Okay. And if there are ways that can be proposed that would minimize or mitigate some of the traffic concerns, would that help you to support the position?
Mr. Donahue, I think the answer lies with the county, Public Works, and it also lies with the Department of Transportation.
Okay. And then let me ask you about, so would you agree that the adding 769 living units of HoKua Place in the area may increase the amount of wastewater that would have to be disposed of or treated in the area?
I cannot answer that, but a reasonable person would say it will affect the system.
Mr. Donahoe, if you just help me understand, you're asking a number of questions that seem to be a little bit outside the area of expertise of the witness.
Well, I understand that, Chair. I'm just going by from he's stating his support for the project. I'm just bringing up some, if there are any potential concerns that he's thought about.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So if there were potential issues with wastewater, would you want that issue addressed so that there is enough capacity to handle that additional development?
My personal opinion is the answer is going to lay with those experts who knows about the sewage, not me. But as a lay person with a lot of homes coming up, there is, you know what I'm saying? It's out of
Yeah.
my ball, it's out of my realm.
Okay, okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Have you ever walked from the development area or Kapa'a Middle School to town?
No, I haven't, but I've been at the school.
Okay,
My children went to the school.
okay. And is it the distance from the development area to Kapa'a School, if you were to walk it to the town, would that be like a flat walk or would it be hilly?
So the project site is next to Kapa'a Middle School. So when you walk down a hill on Ka'apuni Road, it goes downhill to the roundabout, and then it goes straight to the town.
Okay. And then, so do you think having a roundabout there at the bottom of the hill, is that safer than if it were, say, just like a intersection with crossroads?
Now, Mr. Donahue, I cannot answer that because the roundabout is already in place, and
Okay.
that question should be asked to the appropriate people.
Okay. Have you seen people walking to Kapa'a Town from on Olahena Road from the development area and in Kapa'a Middle School?
Well, I've seen the kids walk from Kapa'a Middle School when school is POW. I've
Okay.
seen the students walk down along Olahena Road to the town.
Okay. Does it appear to be a safe walk for them?
Well, I only can say when I drive past, I see the kids walking down. And any comments after that, I cannot answer you.
Okay. Okay. Have you seen kids riding their bikes as well?
No, I haven't.
Okay. If there was a connecting walking path and or a bike path from the HoKua Place development to Kapa'a Town, do you feel that would be a quicker path and a safer path to get to town from the development?
Well, let me answer about the bike path.
Sorry, one moment. Commissioner Wong?
I just wanted to check about the witness. He's a witness for what? I mean, sorry to say, is he a witness for cultural issues or just living in the area issues?
Mr.
Just because-
Well, Ms. Ahu, it's your witness. You're
Sorry.
muted, Ms. Ahu.
He's a
Ms. Ahu?
Kauai to the area. We are using him as a cultural descendant, but to the extent that he's familiar with the area, we don't have any objections to Mr. Donahue's questioning of his familiarity with the area.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr.
Mr.
Donahue.
Collins?
Nothing, sorry.
Okay. Please continue, Mr. Donahoe. All right, and I think I interrupted Mr. Ching's response.
Okay, so let's talk about the bike path.
Okay.
You know, the county built the bike path from Legate, Wailua, to all the way to Kialea, which is on the Makai side of Kapa'a Town. And if you travel Kapa'a Town, you don't see the people using a bike path. They're on Kuhio Highway, either riding against the flow of traffic or not even using a bike path. So that's my observation on the bike path that is in existence today in Kapa'a Town. But I cannot answer you what happens if they do a bike path from the project area down to Kapa'a Town. I don't feel comfortable in answering that, but I can only tell you what's happening now in Kapa'a Town with a bike path for our town.
Okay, so and based on your observations of what's happening with the Kapa'a bike path, it sounds like you're saying if there was a bike path that was built from the development to town, there's no guarantee that people would use it.
That's my opinion now as I see
Okay.
it. Yeah, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Ching. I have nothing further, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Donohue.
much, Mr. Donahoe. Let me just check. How do you pronounce your last name, Counselor? From Kauai County?
It's Donahoe, Donahoe.
Thank you.
But-
I've been pronouncing it correctly, but I started to question myself when listening to the witness.
Oh, no, you are correct, Chair. Thanks.
Mr. Yee.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Who will be doing this, Mr. Collins or Ms. Isaki?
I will be doing this. Thank you. This is Bianca.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Ching.
Morning.
Good morning. And so you said that you share a lineage with Liko Martin, and you mentioned a David Haumea. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did you get that information?
I used to know Uncle Joseph Ipo Haumea. He was a retired forester from DLNR. We had a case on Maui involving quiet title cases involving our Haumea family. So Uncle Ipo asked me to do his genealogy. And because we were connected on the Haumea line, and that's the reason why I know about Joseph Ipo Haumea's connection to me, and I've done his genealogy.
I'm sorry, so you did the genealogy of Mr. Ipo?
Yes, for Uncle Joseph Ipo Haumea, who lived in Wainiha.
Thank you. And you said that your family went to church a mile from the project site, grew up in the area, and you lived in Kauai, Kapa'a. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did not respond to any calls for cultural impact assessment interviewees, native informants?
No, I did not.
And you said that your Hawaiian cultural practices, that they consist in gathering, is that correct?
I testified that my father taught me the plants, how to use it. Some of them I don't remember how we used it. And so that is my mana'o on cultural gathering rights. I don't exercise that today.
Do you consider yourself a Hawaiian cultural practitioner?
I do.
Yes, you do. Sorry,
Yes,
I didn't
do.
quite hear
Yes,
you.
I do.
Do you? What other plants? What plants do you gather in that area?
I have personally not gathered any of those.
So when you say those, you mean the popolo, the uhaloa?
That's correct.
And you don't, are you aware of any other plants in the area that people have gathered?
I cannot answer you that on that. I don't
Are
know.
you aware of any, oh, okay. This is a separate question. Are you aware of any plants in the area of the project that are traditional and culturally gathered?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay, just checking. So you said that you were a cultural monitor, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned an Aina construction, a Kuhio widening project, and a cultural surveys Hawaii employment as a cultural monitor, correct?
Yeah, there are different archaeology companies in Hawaii. And so when they get a project, they hire a cultural monitor and or a certified archaeologist.
So the company selected you as a cultural monitor. It wasn't any cultural descendants of the area selecting you or community groups asking for you to be the cultural monitor.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you operate or have you operated a construction business in Kapa'a?
I used to have a business before in bobcat excavators and backhoes back in the 80s and the 90s. So I personally know how to operate those heavy equipment.
See, okay, and do you hold a state archaeological services permit?
Could you say that again, please?
Do you hold an archaeological services permit from the state of Hawaii?
No, I don't. It's reserved for the archaeology companies. They have to be certified.
So you are not.
No, I'm not an archaeologist, so I don't have to have that certificate.
So is it true that cultural monitors are not regulated by the State Historic Preservation Division or other state agencies?
That's correct.
Did the petitioner interview you for the cultural impact assessment or the archaeological assessment for this project?
No.
And you said that you're familiar with the Olohana area, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you mentioned a William Bennett, I guess, were you referring to a Wendell Clark Bennett or a different Bennett that's also an archaeologist?
That's the same person I'm referring to.
Oh, okay. And have you ever read Archaeology of Kauai by Bennett?
I do. I have a book.
Oh, have you read about a Site 19 Mahevelu Heiau on Olohana Ridge?
I don't have the book in front of me now, but if it's in the book, I cannot answer you because I don't have the book in front of me. And
okay. Are you familiar with Marikavena Pukui's Place Names of Hawaii?
I am.
Also a book?
I am.
Are you? Good. Are you aware that it also describes Olohana as a land division and ridge in the Kauai district of Kauai?
Yes, it is.
And are you aware that she also describes in Olohana a heiau for human sacrifices on the ridge called Mahevalu, short for Mahelevalu, 8 divisions, which is also a follow-up to that definition. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And so when we were talking about other cultural practices in the area, you're not saying that if you don't know of a cultural practice, that it hasn't happened or doesn't happen, just that you don't know about it, correct?
That's correct.
And when you were doing your direct testimony, were you reading from something?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were reading from?
My questions and answers, because I cannot remember everything, so I want to be accurate. Oh,
so you were reading from Exhibit 42 or 43?
No, I don't have that in front of me.
Oh, but Exhibit 42, I believe, is your written statement, or sorry, your statement of qualifications, and then Exhibit 43, I believe, was your written testimony to the Land Use Commission. Was that what you were reading from?
Hold on.
Sorry, I meant I was just asking what you had in front of you when you were doing your direct testimony. You don't need to look for something new. I was just asking what you were reading from.
I just wanted to be accurate when the attorney asked me the question. I can give a correct answer.
One moment, just for the record,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to note we've been joined by Deputy Attorney General Linda Chow.
Hello. So, Mr. Ching, can you tell me, because I'm not sure I understand, what were you reading from during your direct testimony?
So what I was reading from in front of me is the questions and answers that I was posed to. That was relevant to.
Who posed those?
I'm sorry?
Who, did you prepare, sorry. Did you prepare that writing?
Yes, I did.
And when you said the questions that you were supposed to answer, who posed those questions? Did you make up those questions?
What I did is I submitted a summary of my connections to Kapa'a, genealogy-wise, experience, and experience as a cultural monitor. And then we had that put in very short, to the point questions. And then I answered the questions to my ability.
So that's the same exhibit that you, when you say we, sorry, let me start again. When you say we, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to the petitioner's attorneys.
Okay, so so this was prepared in anticipation of delivering testimony for the petitioner's attorneys.
That's correct.
Okay. When were you first contacted by the petitioner to become a witness here today?
Well, I can remember when I first sent in my letter of support to the LUC website. And once that was submitted, I got asked to be a witness in front of the LUC board.
I see. And so your public testimony was submitted on March 11th, 2021?
If you're referring to the LUC one, I sent you the email. I think that was the March 10th one.
So your testimony is that the written testimony that you submitted to the LUC was dated March 10th.
I think so. That's the one Mr. Donahue talked about.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying March 10th is when you submitted
I think so.
your written testimony.
I think so.
And then right after that, okay. And right after that, the petitioner got in touch with you?
Yes.
How did they get in touch with you?
Well, let me back up a little bit. I never knew what was going on with this project. So when I heard that there were a lot of oppositions that had came forward and spoke against the project, I decided that I wanted to be a witness for the project. And so this is how it started with me. I've never listened to anything before. So that is how I got involved with this project.
So you contacted the petitioner on or after March 10th? Is that after you submitted your letter of support to the LUC?
Yes, let me just clarify. I did a letter of support that I sent to the LUC website. And I also had known Mr. Allen before, because when this project was with the Highlands, when it was called the Highlands, I don't know how many years ago was that. I also remember supporting his Highlands project, I would say 5 or 6 years ago. I don't really know. So since I supported Mr. Allen on the first Highlands project, and I never knew whatever happened to the project. And so when it came up to now, I contacted Mr. Allen to tell him that I was in support of his new HoKua Place project.
Ms. Isaki, can I just do a time check for you? About how much longer do you think you have with this witness? We're a little bit overdue for a break, but I also am cognizant we're going to lose Commissioner Chang at 10:30 for a little while, and I know she has questions. So about how much longer right now?
Yeah. I think we could take a break and then I can finish up my questions, if that's okay.
About how many more minutes of questions do you have? do you think?
It depends what his responses are. At least like maybe 10 minutes of questions.
Okay, it's 9:55. Let's take a break till 10:05 and come back. It's 10:05. We're back in session. I'm going to ask, no one's compelled to not object, but I'm going to ask if you would, any of the parties would object to us going out of order and allowing Ms. Chang to question the witness and then going back to the intervener.
No
No
objection.
objection, thank you.
No objection to the count.
Okay.
No objection.
Sorry to shift sands on you, Mr. Ching, but I'm going to have Commissioner John Chang ask you some questions first. Then we'll go back to the intervener. Then we'll go to the rest of the commissioners.
Thank you
Commissioner
very
Chang.
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the councils and Mr. Martin. Excuse me, Mr. Chang. I do apologize. I need to leave at 10:30. So mahalo, Mr. Ching. I greatly appreciate the fact that you are a cultural monitor and the contributions that you make as a cultural monitor from a Kama'aina perspective. We have archaeological monitors. So mahalo to you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I am meaning in no offense with any of the questions that I asked you. Cultural training. Who trained you to be a cultural monitor?
So when I was employed with DLNR enforcement, I had a chance to work with a lot of the state archaeologists coming from SHPE, State Historic Preservation, state parks, and all the girls that worked in the department. So I used to go with them. We used to go to Kalalau. We used to go to Malai Heiau, Wailua Heiau. So, and I used to ask them the question, what is this? What is that? How you know the difference between a heiau, a house site, a taro lo'i, all that kind of stuff. So for years, I've worked with them and I gained knowledge. So when I retired in 2012, I was hired by the Honolulu company, Scientific Consulting Services out of Kapiolani. And because of that experience and the experience that I had in college, they hired me as a cultural monitor.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So your experience has primarily been from an archaeological perspective. It has been through your observations and questionings of the state, SHPD, Martha Yent with state parks, but it's primarily been through the lens of an archaeologist. Let me ask you this question. Have you had any cultural training to be a cultural monitor, any from kupuna or non-archaeologists?
So right now, the University of Hawaii doesn't have a course in cultural monitor. I have asked the archaeologists to let's go do a class on Kauai, where a lot of Hawaiians or whoever can learn what is the steps of being a cultural monitor. So right now, the UH system, they don't have any courses in cultural monitoring.
Okay. And you're right. It is, cultural monitoring is a very new concept. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever monitored any, as a cultural monitor, have you ever monitored any project where you have discovered iwi kupuna?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your protocol when you discover iwi kupuna?
Well, as a native Hawaiian, I always had the position that the iwi should never be removed from whatever year that they were interned. So I just want to clarify is when we're on a job site, you're going to have a certified archaeologist working. And so normally we as the cultural monitors work under, so we're the eyes and ears of the archaeologists. We go in a pit, we do the drawing and all that kind of stuff.
But so when you encountered, where was this project that you encountered in iwi kupuna?
Okay, the Waipali Marketplace, which is next to Kapa'a.
Yeah, okay.
We worked on its site for 4 years with
Okay.
SCS of Hawaii.
All right.
We recovered over 40 EVs from the ground.
Okay.
Now, this specific area, when they built the marketplace back in the 70s, the 1970s, the contractor ran into the bones. So when we went on site, we ran into some of those EVs, and we also found other EVs that were not discovered back in the 70s.
Okay.
Now, I also want to say that in the 70s, there were no cultural monitors at that time.
There was no burial law in 1970.
There were no burial laws until DLNR said, okay, Shippy, we're going to go to the laws. But I can tell you from our researchers, NP, that there were burial laws in place. I've studied all the laws, and we had laws back in the 1850s in the Kingdom Law. We had all those laws, but it was never enforced. So when DLNR came into existence and the Maui case, then the laws had kicked in. But I can share with all of you that we did have laws during the Kingdom days. I've seen it myself.
You know, Mr. Ching, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I used to be with the Attorney General's office, and I actually helped to establish those burial laws. So I know a little bit something about them. But mahalo for your telling us about your experience. So when you found those kupuna at Waipali, did you have any recognized cultural descendants?
On the Waipali Aupua, not that specific project. We had another project next door, the Sheraton Coconut Beach project, which we uncovered EV on that property too.
Okay.
My wife guys decided, since they came from the Waipali area, to be the cultural descendant. So they submitted the paperwork to Shippy. And so my kids and my wife are recognized by the Kauai Burial Council as the descendants or cultural descendants. There's two, lineal descendancy and cultural. So they decided to put in for cultural descendant. And so my wife and my children are recognized by DLNR.
Mahalo to them for doing that. You mentioned that you have been recognized as a cultural descendant. Could you tell me for what iwi kupuna you have been recognized for?
Well, the Kealia project, which is north of Kapa'a, I went in to be recognized by the Kauai Burial Council because my family, my mama's side comes from Kealia for generations.
Okay.
So at that time, I decided that I want to go and be the cultural for that Aupua.
Now, Mr. Ching, and you know, it is, I appreciate that you sought recognition. From your perspective, what is the kuleana of a recognized cultural descendant to the iwi kupuna?
Okay, so this is the steps. When we find fragments of EV, not the whole body, sometimes we find fragments of whatever it is. So the job stops.
Okay.
By law, the job stops. So we have a certified archaeologist come down to determine if that EV is animal or human.
Okay.
And when it's decided by the archaeologist that it is human remains, then we call the DLNR archaeologists to come down and determine what is the next step, whether to leave in place or remove. But to remove or leave in place, other people get involved, which would be the cultural and lineal descendants, the Kauai Burial Council, Shippy, and whoever else. So it's not a one person that makes a decision.
Right.
But me as a Hawaiian, they were buried years ago. They are not meant to be removed. And so I've been on projects where some are removed after they had determined that they want to remove and move them to another place. And I also experienced them living in place too.
Okay. So once you've been recognized as a cultural descendant and you've gone through those processes with SHPE and the Burial Council, what is your kuleana as a recognized cultural descendant how do you malama those kupuna?
Well, one of the projects called at the Sheraton Coconut Beach Hotel, and we're doing it now. We're gonna intern about 8 EVs. They are put into lauhala baskets. We're gonna dig a pit for them. We're gonna do a Hawaiian ceremony. We're gonna line the burial, the new burial. We're gonna do a proper protocol. On that specific site, we're working with the landowner. And because my wife folks are the cultural descendants of that specific area, I bought a nice headstone for them that was written in Hawaiian. We don't know who they are. So I bought a nice headstone for them. And as soon as that job starts up, we've been having problems on that specific site because of permits issued by the state and the county. So we're actively working on that one.
And can I ask you, for your ceremony, what was the training that you went through for your cultural protocols? Did you go through some kind of a cultural training with your ohana, or what is your basis for your training? So
I have no certified training, but one of the projects we worked with the DLNR girls, Chuchi Kayan. I might say her name different, but she was working for DLNR.
Kuchi Kayan. Kuchi Kayan.
Yeah, so Kuchi came to Kauai. We worked with her on a different project, which is like 2 properties over.
Okay.
She came and worked with us. She told us what to do when they built a brand new burial site, which is like stone wall, 4 corners of stone wall. She came to Kauai. She told us what to do, and she also helped us on a Wailu project. We had a lot of EVs at across Coco Palms. There was another project that I worked, and she came. She told us what to do, and so that's my personal experience on how to do the next one. Because Auntie, I tell you frankly, there's only 2 cultural monitors on Kauai. Myself and Sister Koloa.
Okay.
So, and if they bring in anybody to Kauai, it's going to be outside island or even in the mainland.
Yeah.
You know, so that position is hard to come by.
No, and like I said, mahalo for you taking on. That's a very important kuleana. So when we talk about burials, because you said Kuchi Kayan gave you training. Did your family, did your own kupuna ever talk to you about Iwi kupuna and how can you, what is your own family protocols for Iwi kupuna? Have you ever been trained through your kupuna, your family?
The answer is yes. On my mother's side, my grandfather died many, many years ago. He taught his sons, which was my uncles, on how to dig grave and what to do. So I'll give you guys an example that was taught by my mama's side. When we dig the hole, whatever depth it is, whatever size or width it is, and I never knew this, but they would cut a banana tree stump that would fit the length of the burial pit. So let's say it's 6 feet. So I had questioned my uncles, why are we cutting a banana tree and throwing inside the hole? And they told me that they were told by their father, who was told by his grandfather and great-grandfather, that the reason why the Hawaiians put a banana stump inside of the grave is because they don't want the devil to sleep in the hole at night.
Well, my mama taught me you never leave a hole open.
Yeah,
that's why we were always taught to put a banana stump.
Yeah. So this is one of the Hawaiian things that they don't write in books. It's passed down. So I know of that, Auntie, about that.
Mahalo for sharing that. So let me now talk about burials. And Kalamai, I'm kind of going a little fast here.
No, it's okay.
I'm trying to finish before 10:30, but you have been, thank you so much for your statements. Okay, so I believe I heard you saying you testified that you are not aware of any burials in the project site. Is that correct?
Well, that is reasonably to say that there's no burials until the action starts, development. And that's the reason why I always recommend that they have a monitor.
Okay, so tell me, what do you mean by that until they reasonably start? Does that mean there might be burials on that property?
Well, we don't know, because my question is, what was there on this
Yeah.
project now? What was there before the sugar company? So remember now, McKee Sugar started around 1877,
Yes,
right? Okay,
Yep.
so what was there before McKee Sugar planted sugarcane? That's my question. And
Mr. Chid, yes.
so
You-
we don't know the answer. So that's why I always recommend, if it's worth anything, so let's have a archaeologist and let's have a monitor. B, when the machines are working. Because right now, we don't know. We cannot say no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
So,
brother, yep, you're right on spot, because that's exactly what I was gonna ask you,
yes.
is that we don't know what was the property used prior to the sugarcane. Do you know whether there's any Kuleana lands or land commission awards within this project area?
The answer is not in the project area, but the closest one is next to the Kahananui stream, which they say is an unnamed stream. But if you look and do your research good, you're gonna find that LCA to either Honolii or KO, it talks about the 1848 meets and bounds, I would say.
Okay, so that's a good question. So what I'm hearing you say now is you may not know of any known burials, but there could be burials once you start construction and you start digging up the land. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Auntie, right now, we don't have information to say there is any burials on the project site. We don't have any information. Because, because when you do a research, you find a guy that died in 1890, according to the Department of Health death records, it's gonna show died kapa'a, buried kapa'a, but you don't know where he is,
Right.
right? So I can only say that we don't know.
And that is an excellent point, because when they do the EIS, when this project developer was prepared his EIS, they're supposed to do two things: a cultural impact assessment and an archaeological assessment to determine what is the likelihood of finding subsurface burials. So for example, doing a land commission awards, interviewing people. Have you read through the material that was prepared for this EIS, the cultural impact assessment or the archaeological assessment?
I briefly read some of it. A lot of things is on a computer now. So I really wish I had like 116 pages in front of me so I can take my time and read them.
Okay.
So,
okay. So Mr. Ching, what I heard you say is we need that kind of information. And I guess what I asked you is, are you aware that they did prepare that information? And you said you read some of it. Is that correct?
Yes, I saw whatever was online.
Okay. And do you know who prepared that? Do you know who prepared that information? Okay.
I think it was Nancy McMahon. I'm not sure.
And you're correct. Have you ever worked with Nancy McMahon?
Yeah, I've known Nancy since she worked at DLNR in Shippey.
Yep.
I've known her since then.
Okay.
She has also hired me as a cultural monitor on some of her projects because she can't find anybody. So I know Nancy.
Okay. Are you working with Nancy on this project?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
So what I'm hearing you say is one, that you don't know whether there are burials on the property because we won't know until we start excavation. And two, they should have done, that's the kind of work that they should be doing before they start any project, is assessing whether what happened before the plantation, so we can try to identify, because what Hawaiians, you don't want to disturb burials if you don't have to, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, let me move on to cultural resources, because what I heard you testify to is that you personally are not aware of any cultural resources in the petition area. Was that your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. But I also heard you under examination by Ms. Isaki that that's your personal knowledge. You don't know, I mean, there may be resources that you don't know of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So when people come forward and say, oh no, I gather this on this property, or or I walk on this trail, or I go hunting, do you respect those people's their personal knowledge?
Well, when it comes to this project, I, as a former law enforcement, know if I go on this property, I'm trespassing. So as my mentality. So I will not go onto this project to go hunt pigs, set a trap, although I was a hunter, before. I had a hunting license before. So I get respect for the landowners, whoever they are. And because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but you also testified that you understand Native Hawaiian rights.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so do you know that our Constitution in Hawaii recognize traditional customary practices over private landowner rights? So if a legitimate Hawaiian has exercised hunting, gathering on that property, even before this landowner bought the property, they may be able to continue to exercise those rights. Do you know that? Are you aware of that?
Well, I understand according to the PASH, you know about the PASH, yeah? So so the way I interpret it, because I'm a layperson, if the land is undeveloped, that they may have forgo, what I'm saying? But if it becomes developed, sorry, brother, you guys cannot hunt there no more. So as my interpretation of the PASH.
And that's a fair statement. So Mr. Ching, this proposed project area, would you consider it developed or undeveloped?
Well, if you look at the whole plan with the solar next door, I would consider that developed. No. But if you're talking about that 79 acres or whatever, it's undeveloped. So I cannot really give you a.
I think when the law looks at it, it doesn't look at what's the proposed plan. It looks at what is the land today? What does it look like today? Is it undeveloped or is it developed? What do you think? Undeveloped?
It's undeveloped if you're looking at the project. Yes, okay. Undeveloped.
So if there are legitimate practices, if there are legitimate practitioners who say, my ohana used to hunt this land for generations. My ohana, my tutu would take me up here to go collect certain kind of medicinal plants. Or there's an awai that ran through here that that service our taro patches. If this is undeveloped land, then don't we need to consider those practices and those statements when we look at protecting these rights? Wouldn't you agree?
I would think they gotta be a meeting of the minds between the landowner and the Kanakas.
Well, before we get to that point, Mr. Ching, you're right. But you know who has the first obligation? It's us as the land use commissioners. We have that obligation. We got to make sure that one, the parties are bringing us all of that right information. But it is really our obligation, Land Use Commission, to ensure that those rights are protected. And you know, with that being said, Mr. Ching, I have greatly appreciated you answering my questions and you giving us the time. I thank you very, very much. Thank you.
You're welcome, but I want to say a little about you.
Oh.
We worked on several cases when you were at the AG. You probably forget. I also knew you when you were at SeaWorm. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you.
No, mahalo to you too. I know you look familiar. I know you look familiar. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mahalo.
And thank you, Chair. I apologize, but I'm going to step off of the line right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chang. Ms. Isaki, are you ready to continue?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for, and again, for indulging that change in our schedule.
You're welcome. So, Mr. Ching,
Yes.
you mentioned that you had worked with Nancy McMahon, but aren't currently. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not working with her on this project.
But if this project goes forward, do you have any idea or have you discussed working as a cultural monitor with anyone for this project?
I have no idea because I've been already busy. One of the DOT job is a year job, the one in front of Coco Palm. So I kind of locked in with a contract.
But so, okay, so you have not discussed this with anybody?
No.
Okay. And in 10 years, but you understand that this project will be going on for about 10 years, correct?
That's correct, is what I heard.
How long will your DOT project go on?
I'm on contract for a year.
So it might be possible. Okay. So sorry, my final question, because actually Commissioner Chang went over a lot of things that we probably it would be redundant to go over. Has the petitioner offered to compensate you for your testimony today?
No.
Has anyone offered to compensate you?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Isaki. Commissioners, are there questions for the witness? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ching, for your testimony. When you were at DLNR, did you work with Randy Owl?
I did. He was the Maui branch chief, and then he became the state chief.
Yeah, not that it makes any difference, but my brother-in-law, who just recently retired from the Liliuokalani Trust as a social worker, they're really, really good friends. But it's always good to see the connection. Anyway, yes. I basically have this question, and it's kind of a broader question. You know, since you were in law enforcement, you're really familiar, I'm sure, with the rules of evidence. But as you probably know, because we're an administrative agency, we don't necessarily, well, the rules of evidence do not apply to us. And, you know, there's been some talk of people being offered up as what they call kama'aina witnesses, but actually that's a term under the rules of evidence in the body of case law in Hawaii. But let me just say this, it recognizes the fact that people who have a long-standing connection with the land, who, if the rules of evidence applied, would maybe considered kama'aina witnesses, that testimony should be heard, even if it technically runs afoul of like the hearsay rule. But like I say, rules of evidence don't apply. But I recognize you as a kama'aina of the area, but can I ask you this? And it's just a few questions just to get me oriented, because I'm not from Kauai, I'm not from Kapa'a. The jobs in Kapa'a town right now, are there jobs that would support wages or income, so somebody could buy a house that maybe, or a condo apartment that might be costing $600,000. I mean, are those the kinds of jobs that are in Kapa'a town right now?
Well, you know, with the minimum wage that we have, there's no way that person can afford a house in reference to this project.
Okay, but my question is, the jobs in Kapa'a town, are there, to your knowledge, as a kama'aina of the area, does Kapa'a town have the kind of jobs which pay enough money so people could buy a house if the house or condo or townhouse was priced around $500,000 or $600,000?
So let's say an average rate for Kapa'a town is $15 at the high. And in reference to a cost of a house, they ain't gonna make it.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna make it.
Let me ask you this, okay? Because again, your knowledge of the island, your roots of the island, I believe that's worth a lot. Okay, I know we don't live in a perfect world, and we got to make tough choices sometimes. And you know, I know you, having spent time in law enforcement, you know, sometimes the choices are just bad choices sometimes. But we got to follow the law, and that's what we got to do. But if you, or if the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny came to you, Mr. Ching, and said, look, I just want your ideas here. Okay, if you had to choose a place for development, and I'm not saying your answers can be taken as that this current project is a bad project or a good project, but just generally speaking, with your long roots and knowledge of Kauai, does it make more sense that if there has to be development on Kauai, because we do want housing for locals, no question about that, would it be better to put the housing or the development in Lihue town or closer or close to Lihue, because that's where the employment center is?
Well, the answer is no, because Hanamaulu had a project which is a little bit outside of Lihue, so they already had a project in Hanamaulu. Kapa'a would be a perfect place because I tell you this, when the government sold the lots in Kapa'a town, this was back in 1909 and 1910. So you had all these bunch of Portuguese that worked for the Maki Sugar and the Kanakas that lived there. So that was the first offering that the territory at that time ever gave up to the people. And this was the Kapa'a lots. So there hasn't been any conveyance to anybody except this project.
Okay, I heard your testimony about traffic and traffic concerns. If in fact employment centers, or there's more employment in Lihue as compared to Kapa'a, does it make more sense to put or focus development closer to where the jobs are, so at least we can try to keep people off the road? What are your thoughts on that as a longtime resident and kama'aina person from Kauai? Keep the development close to the places of employment. What do you think?
Well, I tell you about the traffic. In the morning, a lot of cars go to Lihue. And when Pauhana, a lot of cars come back to Kapa'a. And when they put up the country, that's why the Department of Transportation, they put up the contraflow in the morning. 2 lanes going to Lihue. So a lot of jobs are going to Lihue and the west side, wherever. But there's no contraflow coming back from Lihue in the evening. So I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
So that's my observation of either putting the subdivision in Hanamaulu or Lihue versus in Kapa'a.
Okay, thank you very much for not only your testimony today, but thank you very much for your service to the community and law enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there further questions for this witness? Commissioner Wong, Axon. Giovanni, Cabral, Ohigashi. I have a few questions for the witness, Mr. Ching. And like you said you're not being paid to be here today. I don't know if you know, but all 8 land use commissioners were volunteers, yeah?
Yes.
We just disclose our finances and subject ourselves to Senate confirmation so that we can spend our days listening to people and hopefully making good decisions. I just had a few questions for you. One was, if I understood during your questioning from the petitioner, you stated there's no heiau on the property.
Well, according to 2 references, like I had mentioned, it does not mention of any heiau on the project site.
Okay.
So that's my answer.
So can you describe for me the different kinds of heiau that exist in Hawaii?
Well, let me just start it is each heiau, whatever island it comes from, is normally dedicated to the 4 major Hawaiian gods, Ku, Lono, Kane, and Kanaloa. So most of the heiaus up in the mountains is going to be dedicated to the Kane heiaus. And of course, we know of the Ku heiaus. And so the dimensions of each heiau is very different. It's my understanding that no one is the same. And I also want to share with you folks that whoever built the heiaus, let's say in 1700, although it's not here today, the site itself is sacred. And I give you an example. Koloa Sugar out in the west side, we worked on that case. A plantation demolished a heiau, and we found the remnants of the stones all against the mountain. So the site is no longer in a cane field, but the remnants and the name of the heiau is still there. So I wanted to share that on personal experience with one of the Koloa heiaus.
Thank you. So I just to clarify your testimony earlier, your statement that you do not believe there's a heiau on the site is based not on your observations of the site, but rather on the lack of references in published accounts that you could attribute to that site.
That's the most accurate answer that I would say.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I think I'm just going to double check on something that Ms. Isaki asked you, but do you have an expectation or promise of work associated with this project?
No.
Okay. The last question I had for you, and this is really drawing on both something you said during testimony, at least I heard you say, as well as your experience as a doe care officer. I believe you said that you referenced a case in which somebody was asserting traditional and customary rights, however, they were proved to be not Hawaiian. Did I hear you correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of anything in Hawaii's constitutional, statutory, or case law that prohibits or limits the exercise of traditional and customary Native Hawaiian practices to people who are by ancestry Native Hawaiian?
I only know a case that went through 5th District Court. One of my hunting friends, a Native Hawaiian from the Hanapipe, Ahupua'a, he was cited by Gay Robinson. I think it was Gay Robinson.
I have read this case decision.
Oh, you don't? So he won against, in a way, he won his case because he proved that his kupunas lived in Hanapipe, and he was afforded the rights to continue gathering traditional, all that kind of stuff. So I personally spoke to the defendant in that case.
But I believe in that particular case that it was actually not hinged on the ancestry of the individual, rather the existence of the practice. So my question for you is, you're being presented in part, if I understood correctly from Ms. Ahu, as an expert on traditional and customary practices. And I'm asking you if you're aware of anything in Hawaii's constitution or statutes or a case law that limit those rights to people who are Native Hawaiian.
I cannot answer you that. I can only tell. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything further,
Follow.
commissioners? If not, Ms. Ahu, redirect.
No to redirect. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ching.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Ching.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aloha. It is 10:45. The next witness you had, sorry, and I started off by calling Mr. Ching as being to be crossed by Mr. Yuan, but it was by Ms. or to be examined by Mr. Yuan, but it was by Ms. Ahu. So who's the witness and who's going to do the examination?
Our next witness is Kauai Winchester, and I'm going to be examining him.
Okay. I'm looking at the time. It's 10:46.
We can just take a short
Yeah.
5-minute recess.
Well, let's do 10 and then we'll go through till noon. So it is 10:46. We'll reconvene at 10:56. We'll start with Ms. Ahu and Mr. Winchester. Giovanni. Okay. It's 10:55. We're back in session. And Ms. Ahu, your witness is here. Oh, there he is. Mr. Winchester, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Chair, can I please share my screen with Exhibit 13?
you may.
Okay. All right, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Aloha. My name is Cody Winchester, and I live at 1422 Ikaha Avenue in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And what's your profession and your business affiliation?
Sure. I'm an environmental and land use planner at the architecture, engineering, and planning firm G70, located in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And can you provide us with a little bit of information on your professional background in environmental and land use planning?
So I have a background in earth sciences with a bachelor's degree in geology and geophysics. I also hold a master's degree in urban and regional planning and a master's certificate in disaster management and humanitarian assistance from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. My professional career includes over 6 years in the fields of earth and environmental sciences and planning in Hawaii. At G70, where I serve as an environmental and land use planner, I specialize in the fields of land use, disaster management, and community-based resiliency planning.
And have you worked on projects? Can you tell us a little bit of background on the projects you worked on?
Sure. So I've worked on a variety of projects where we've developed homestead communities for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, assessed risk from sea level rise for various landowners along the coast. And we've also done some greenhouse gas assessments for a variety of land use projects.
Okay, Mr. Yee, followed by Mr. Collins.
It may be the same issue. I was just wondering whether I missed him getting sworn in to testify.
I did swear him in and he called me sir rather than your honor or chair.
I apologize. Thank you.
For me, Your Honor, your chair.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. It's not exactly an objection, and I don't want to try to drag this out at all, so I apologize if this is something that everybody else understands. My understanding of the administrative rule 15-15-63F is that the approval of the presiding officer is needed if a witness is reading something into the record in the direct examination. It appears that this is another witness who is reading from something in answer to questions. So is it possible that we could get a clarification on that? I don't want to waste anybody's time, obviously, but it would be helpful to know, since it doesn't appear in the record that he's reading from something, but it's apparent from the video screen that he is.
Yes,
I'll go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, we have prepared a bullet point outline which tracks his PowerPoint, and he does have his resume and that, like, his resume and his report in front of him to refer to.
Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can, Ms. Aho, can you stop screen sharing for a moment, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just make a request that if witnesses are reading off of a document, if that can just be made clear that the witness is reading from a document, because at least just for me personally, and I'm only speaking for myself, not anyone else, if a witness reads from a document, it will impact or affect, at least in part, my evaluation of the witness's credibility and to what extent the testimony that the witness is giving orally can and should be relied on, and to what extent it should be relied on. So my general request is that if a witness is going to read from a document, please make that clear. My second request or observation, Mr. Chair, is that if somebody reads from a document and it's not made clear that that witness is reading from a document, then at least for me personally, and I'm only speaking for myself, I will take that into account in determining and evaluating credibility of a witness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Sorry, Ms. Chow, 1563F. This is the moment where if we were physically together, I would pause and I would lean over and chat with my Attorney General.
So if you'd like me to give that advice in public, I can do that.
Can you review for me the cited administrative rule, please?
Yeah. Would you like me to read it to you?
That'd be great.
Or to just review it?
Just
okay.
Read it.
With the approval of the presiding officer, a witness may read into the record the testimony of a witness on direct examination. Before any written testimony is read, unless excused by the presiding officer, the witness shall provide an original and one paper copy and one electronic copy of the written testimony to the chief clerk, with a copy to each party to the proceeding. Admissibility shall be subject to the rules governing oral testimony. If the presiding officer deems that substantial saving in time will result, a copy of the written testimony may be received into evidence without reading, provided that the witness shall be subject to proper cross-examination on matters contained in the written testimony. Any amendments to written direct and rebuttal testimony or the introduction of totally new matters by revisions or supplements shall be accompanied by a sworn affidavit or declaration explaining why these matters were not submitted with the original written testimony.
Okay. And now if you want to share any advice on how we might move forward.
So my interpretation of this rule is where the party wants to submit a direct written statement in lieu of direct testimony from the witness. The witness would still be subject to all cross-examination or examination by the commissioners on what is contained in that written statement. Or in the alternative, they could read that statement into the record, but again, it should have been provided to the parties ahead of time. In this particular case, where the witness is actually just using a bullet point, or according to Ms. Ahu, using a bullet point to guide them through their PowerPoint, which has been submitted to everybody, it does not appear to be the type of direct examination that is that is what's anticipated in this rule.
So I'm going to join in the observations of Commissioner Okuda that when it appears to me that somebody's reading from something, it does affect my assessment of their credibility as a witness. I would like Ms. Ahu, you to make that clear prior to the start of your examination of this and any other witnesses, and I would not overrule a request for any of these written materials to be made available to the commission.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ewan.
Chair, if I may, what we have done with all of the witnesses except for Mr. Milton Ching is we have submitted a PowerPoint outline, which is the same outline that the witness may appear to be reading from. The witness may have made additional notes on his own copy of the PowerPoint, and that we don't control, but basically the contents of each of our witnesses' testimonies has been submitted by way of a PowerPoint.
Thank you for that further explanation. I don't think it affects my inclination that I stated earlier. Mr. Collins.
Mr. Chair, if it won't slow down the examination of this witness, that would be great. But we would prefer that if someone's going to be reading from something, that be provided if possible.
Okay, so my understanding from the statement from Mr. Ewan, speaking only for his witnesses, is all of his witnesses, with the exception of Mr. Ching, who has already concluded, are merely reading from the PowerPoint which was provided. Have I understood that correctly, Mr. Ewan?
Yes, that's correct. There of course may be additional questions that we ask that are not covered in the PowerPoint, but for the most part, the witnesses are following the PowerPoint.
And if those additional questions, though, the pertinent issue here is, are they then referring to other written materials in their answers to them?
Not necessarily, no.
I don't quite understand your response.
In the course of preparing these witnesses for testimony, it may occur with some of the witnesses that we will be asking them additional questions that are not covered in the PowerPoint, and for the most part, there are no written materials to be covered by the additional questions.
So, to summarize, you're asking them questions, they're referring to their PowerPoints, any other written materials that they might be referring to might have been prepared by themselves, but not by you.
Correct.
Mr. Collins?
Mr. Chair, as long as he's just reading from a copy of Exhibit 13, I don't think there's a problem. But if he's reading from something else, then we would appreciate having Petitioners Exhibit 13. We would appreciate having that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Ms. Ahu, you may resume sharing screen and with your direct examination of Mr. Winchester. Sorry, was there somebody else who said something? No. Okay, please proceed.
All right, Ms. Winchester, I think we left off on you were explaining your background as far as projects that have to do with greenhouse gases, I believe. Can you finish your thought on that?
That's right. I've conducted other greenhouse gas assessments using a similar modeling technique that was used in the HoKua place assessment.
And what is the greenhouse effect?
Sure. The greenhouse effect is the natural warming of the Earth that results when gases in the atmosphere trap heat from the sun that would otherwise escape back into space. So sun rays travel from space and enter through the Earth's atmosphere, where they're absorbed by the Earth, by the ocean, by the plants, and a portion of that is then reflected back out into space in the form of invisible infrared light. Another portion of that light, about 90%, gets absorbed by atmospheric gases and causes further warming. And these atmospheric gases are what we call the greenhouse gases. And since around the time of the Industrial Revolution, human activities have generated additional greenhouse gases that have enhanced the buildup of the atmospheric radiation and causing Earth's temperatures to rise.
Thank you. Can you please describe the California emission estimator model and the methodology employed to assess the overall carbon footprint of the HoKua Place project?
Sure. So the California emissions estimator model, which is also known as CaliMod, is it's an industry standard for quantifying the carbon footprint of land use projects. So CaliMod is a modeling program that allows its users to input data about a development project and then generate estimates of the criteria, pollutant, and greenhouse gas emissions associated with both construction and operations of the project. The model then allows users to input planned mitigation measures aimed at reducing harmful emissions. And the results compare the emissions from a typical unmitigated project to the site-specific project with mitigations implemented. So for the HoKua Place greenhouse gas assessment, the model was calibrated with the environmental conditions at the site, such as precipitation, wind speed, and vegetation cover. So the data was input into the model based on the environmental impact study that was completed for the project, as well as our own GIS analysis and consultation with the developer.
Okay. Can you please describe the sources of emissions for the HoKua Place project?
Sure. The assessment looked at emissions from 3 sources. The first is the emissions produced during the construction phase of the project. So some examples of these include the emissions from engines, from construction equipment, fugitive dust caused by trucks driving over dirt roads at the site, and by emissions produced by workers traveling to and from the site each day. The second type of emissions is from the operations phase. And these are the emissions from folks actually living in their homes, cooking their food, turning on their lights, their TVs, running the water, and their daily commutes in and out of town. And lastly, the third type of emissions evaluated is from the land use change itself. So an undeveloped parcel of land is usually covered with some type of vegetation. And these plants are actively pulling carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in the leaves, the roots, the branches of the trees. And when land is cleared for development, that carbon is released back out into the atmosphere. And we also lose that plant's potential to continue sequestering carbon in the future.
Can you please estimate the total GHG project construction generated emissions using the model?
The project is estimated to have a 10-year phased construction period consisting of site preparation, grading, building construction, paving, and architectural coating. The model estimates that the total construction-related emissions would be 7,745 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent over that 10-year span. Some mitigation measures that were implemented include using soil stabilizers, replacing ground cover of areas that are disturbed, applying water to disturbed surfaces and haul roads, and reducing speed on unpaved roads to less than 15 miles per hour. And these measures are common practices to control fugitive dust in Hawaii.
Can you please estimate the operational greenhouse gas emissions from occupancy of the HoKua Place once construction has been completed, and explain the sources of some of these emissions?
Sure. So the operational emissions are those related to the occupancy of the residents at HoKua Place over the lifetime of the project. And for our analysis, we looked at 5 major categories of emissions. So that's area sources, which are associated with mostly landscaping type activities, energy sources, which are associated with electricity usage, mobile sources, which are related to the use of motor vehicles for transportation, solid waste, which is trash and green waste that into the landfill and results in landfill off-gassing, which occurs off-site, but is still accounted for. And lastly, water and wastewater. So that includes the supply, conveyance, treatment, and distribution of water to and from the project. And a number of mitigation measures were also implemented based on information from the EIS. And with all these factors considered, the model projected that the HoKua place would generate 7,117 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually.
Can you please describe the greenhouse gas emissions from change in use of the HoKua place property from fallow to a residential community?
Right, so these are the emissions that are generated by that one-time change in land use, from the site's natural vegetative land cover to the proposed residential community. So to evaluate these emissions, we first needed to know what the existing land cover is to determine the sequestering potential of that vegetation. So, for example, grassland has a lower carbon sequestering rate than a forest. And based on the biology report that was accompanying the EIS, as well as land cover maps that we produced, we understand that the site is predominantly grass and shrubland. And we also understand that not all the land will be used for housing purposes. So approximately 13 acres would be reserved as open space and parklands. And these areas would receive landscaping of new trees and plants that would help to offset the loss of that grassland. So for the purposes of this model, we used a pretty conservative estimate and approximated that about 300 new trees would be planted. Likely it would be much more than that. The individual homeowners could plant more trees and more landscaping on their property. But with all that considered, the model predicted that the project would result in about 5 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually over the lifetime of the project. Now, there's also a potential to achieve a net gain if carbon sequestration, if individual homes plant trees or cultivate gardens and such on their individual lots.
Does the Kauai general plan address mitigating the effects of climate change, and does the HoKua place intend to follow these recommendations?
Yeah, absolutely. The Kauai general plan was implemented in 2018 and makes combating climate change one of its priorities. The plan uses several smart growth principles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as promoting higher density residential development near job centers, reducing carbon footprint, and supporting reduction in emissions from local energy production. The HoKua Place project will emphasize multifamily units within walking distance of Kapa'a town. The planned community includes pedestrian and bicycle paths that easily connect to the town center to encourage residents to leave their cars at home. And it plans to utilize water and energy conservation and efficiency measures to reduce the carbon footprint. It plans to increase trees and landscaping in the park and open spaces. And the adjacent HoKua Place ag lots includes a 4-acre solar farm that generates 1.18 megawatts of electricity annually.
Can you please describe the historical sea level rise in East Kauai?
Yeah, so sea level rise is one of the major impacts that Hawaii can expect as a result of global warming. Observations of sea level rise at Navilivili Harbor have indicated a rise of approximately 7 inches since 1955.
Can you discuss the projected impact of sea level rise on HoKua Place?
Yeah, so sea level rise rates in Hawaii are expected to exponentially increase over the next century. The National Ocean and Atmospheric Association estimates that Hawaii could see anywhere between 1.5 feet to 11 feet of rise by the year 2100. That being said, one of the advantages of the HoKua Place project is its elevation. The site is located on a plateau above Kapa'a town with elevations ranging between 55 to 130 feet above mean sea level. So even with the most extreme sea level rise scenarios, HoKua Place would not be directly impacted by inundation from sea level rise. HoKua Place could be indirectly impacted by disruptions to utility services and access due to inundation of the areas further makai of the site. Most notably, the Waialua Wastewater Treatment Plant is located along the coast in the area vulnerable to sea level rise. The other major concern is that access to HoKua Place from Kuhio Highway could be compromised by chronic inundation and erosion. Kuhio Highway is the main artery that connects Kapa'a to Lihui and the Bilibili Harbor. So of course there's a risk of disruption to the supply chain if that road were ever to be compromised.
And can you please describe how HG Kauai intends to minimize the impact of sea level rise on the project and surrounding area?
Yeah, so as mentioned, sea level rise is not expected to directly impact the HoKua Place development. There are mitigations designed to relieve the burden on infrastructure systems supplying services to the new community. One of the most critical mitigation actions the project is taking is to donate a portion of the property to the Department of Transportation to allow for the expansion of the Kapa'a bypass road. And this route offers an alternative route in the case that portions of Kuhio Highway and Kapa'a become impassable. So it's possible that the bypass road could become the major inland roadway in the future. And another primary mitigation action is in the form of monetary contributions to the county wastewater system. So these funds will be used to help the county retrofit and adapt the facility to withstand higher sea levels. And in regards to water systems, it's possible for an on-site water well to be utilized for providing water to the development in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Winchester. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Thank you.
We will proceed with cross, starting with the county. Mr. Donahoe.
Hi, Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe. Hi, Mr. Winch. I'm trying to find your screen.
Winchester.
Hi, Mr. Oh, there. Yeah, I was trying to find his screen. There he is. Hi, Mr. Winchester. On your resume, I noticed it says, other than the HoKua Place climate change assessment, you list 28 other selected projects that you've been involved in. Did any of those projects specifically involve conducting a climate change analysis for a proposed housing development of this magnitude?
We're not hearing the witness.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. No, this is the first residential development project that we've looked at for using this method.
For your other projects, do you utilize the same methodology?
Yes, sir.
Calling your attention to page 6 of the PowerPoint, the construction generated GHG greenhouse gases, you state the primary source of emission is construction activity, and that this project will take 10 years construction period, and that's what you based your analysis on.
That's correct.
Okay. If the project takes longer than 10 years to complete, then does that mean there's a much more, a higher chance of negative emissions into the environment from construction activity?
If the project were to take longer, then there could be more emissions. Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Right. So the longer the project takes, then the more greenhouse gas emissions that would be produced.
Okay, and that could potentially have a negative effect on the environment.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and then on page 8, and I think you testified to this, you said that the primary source of emissions is removal of existing vegetation. For land use change greenhouse gases.
That's correct. Okay. So that one-time change in land use is the clearing of the existing vegetation, which has a potential to sequestering carbon in the future, as well as releasing the existing carbon that's being stored in those vegetation at present.
Okay, so in general terms, in order to build these units, you got to clear all the vegetation, and clearing of the vegetation itself has a negative effect because it releases carbon into the atmosphere.
Correct.
Okay. And then, just so I'm clear, carbon sequestration that you mentioned, that's basically a long-term way of storing carbon dioxide or other forms of carbon to either mitigate or defer global warming and avoid dangerous climate change. Is that the fair assessment?
It's a natural process. So there's it's a cycle. The plants are absorbing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it and releasing oxygen that we use to breathe. So I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Okay. Is one of the best ways to achieve carbon sequestration by planting more trees?
That's a good way.
Okay. And once the development is built, is it the developers that you testified that it's the developer's intent to plant, let's see, you said at least 300 new trees?
That was a conservative estimate that we made, just conversations with the developer. I don't know what the actual number will be. Like I said, so 300 was pretty conservative. More than likely, there's going to be more trees. If each of the homeowners were to plant trees on their property, with the addition of landscaping and trees planted in the parks and green spaces.
Okay. And then would there be also a vegetation aspect of the proposed landscaping plan?
I haven't seen the landscaping plan, but I presume that there will be landscaping involved in the park and in those open spaces, and that the individual lots will have landscaping as well, potential for gardens, shrubs, and yeah.
Okay. And you don't know if the plants that are being proposed to be planted would be and the vegetation would be planted at the seed level, which would mean it would take some time for the trees and the vegetation to grow.
It's fair to think some would be seed level, but some would be plants that are already started. So young trees that were from a nursery is pretty common in development projects like this. So but you're correct that there is a lag time that's accounted for new trees, and that is something that the model considers.
Okay. And then let me just focus on some of the issues that you brought up regarding multimodal and some transportation issues. So on page 9 of your presentation, entitled just to orient, it's on the page Climate Change Mitigation. You stated that one method of the project in mitigating potential climate change would be to construct a multimodal transportation connection to promote walking or bicycling to Kapa'a Town.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the traffic impact analysis report?
I reviewed it, but not into extreme depth. We used some of its information as a way to confirm our assumptions for traffic volume for the greenhouse gas assessment.
Now, are you aware that 4 of the 7 recommendations for traffic, not including exclusive of the project, that resulted in the TAR would actually have to be excluded from the analysis because they're either not achievable or having little or no impact to mitigate traffic impacts. Were you aware of that?
Not aware of that information. From my understanding that bike lanes and pedestrian walkways would be included and that bus stops would be available within the site.
Okay. But if they would be excluded, then that would mean the overall TIAR, it didn't accurately possibly analyze the overall traffic impacts resulting from the project if those conditions were included but should not have been included. Is that a fair assessment?
I can't really speak to the traffic impacts. That wasn't something that I analyzed. I think it's fair to say that if bike lanes and pedestrian walkways were not included, then residents would have to drive more to run their errands for their daily commutes, and you would expect more vehicle miles traveled and therefore more carbon dioxide produced.
Okay. So if, for instance, if in the conceptual plans, one of the proposals is a one-way stop control T intersection at the Mauka end of Kapa'a Middle School, would there be concerns of additional emissions from the automobiles that would be stagnant, waiting for the light to change?
I'm not sure I understand your question completely.
So if there's an intersection where there's a stoplight and cars have to stop, does that, because the cars are idling, does that increase emissions, negative emissions toward having a negative effect on climate change?
Idling cars certainly would produce emissions.
Okay. If that's the case, would a roundabout where the cars wouldn't have to stop, would that be a better option?
I presume that it could be a better option as far as emissions, but I can't tell you what the exact values would be to give you a trade-off. We only looked at what was proposed in the EIS.
Okay, it could. What would make having a roundabout where the cars wouldn't stop, they may slow down, but they wouldn't stop, as opposed to a T intersection? What would an analysis of the roundabout? What were reasons why that wouldn't be more effective in preventing some negative emissions?
As well as cars come to a halt and are idling, staying one place, they're producing those emissions, slowing the cars down and causing more time that the cars would be on the road. And then as the car then accelerates from a stop position, the engine produces more emissions to go from a stopping position to in motion than if it were to just have a steady flow uninterrupted.
Okay. And then also you mentioned the occupancy where electricity is used to power the development. So additional, if there was a stoplight, electricity would also have to be burned to use that as well, as opposed to a roundabout.
That's true. Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the development that would contain approximately 769 additional units have the potential of greatly increasing the number of vehicles in the area?
More homes in that area will mean that there would be more vehicles.
Okay. And then did you assess how many cars would be replaced by bikes or walking to and from Kapa'a town to reduce carbon emissions resulting from the project?
And that's a factor that's input in the model. So based on the density and the location of the development, it makes a calculation of the offset of people biking and walking instead of taking the car based on assumptions of bicycle usage.
Okay.
And pedestrian usage.
Okay, but it would be based on assumptions. So you didn't do like a study of the actual number of people or residents that wouldn't still regularly use vehicles to get to Kapa'a Town as opposed to bikes and walking.
I did not perform a study like that. The model makes those calculations.
Okay. And then, have you assessed where potential HoKua Place residents would be traveling? Would they be going to work or to go shopping, or did you assess any of the overall traffic directions they'd be heading that would be generated from the project?
Yeah, so most residents would either be going to Lihue Town or to Kapa'a. Those are the main, say, urban centers or so in the region where people would go for shopping, for employment, for running activities and recreation, going down to the beach.
Okay, perfect. Let me move on. I just have a couple more questions, and let me focus on sea level rise. So in your PowerPoint presentation, you stated that the provision of water, wastewater, and other utility services to HoKua Place should consider potential sea level rise.
Absolutely.
All right, can you explain just briefly what, or clarify what you meant by that?
All right, so as I said, the sea level rise is not expected to directly impact the site itself because of its location elevated on a plateau above Kapa'a Town. So it's really the vicinity, so the utilities that would supply water, wastewater services to the development that could be impacted.
Would utility pipes that serve the project upward have to be relocated? If you know.
I can't say. I don't know their present location to give you that answer.
If I may, Mr. Donahoe, just quickly noting that Commissioner Chang is back with us.
Oh. And then on page 11 of your PowerPoint, you said that sea level rise will not adversely affect HoKua Place's well site, which I think you explained. To your knowledge, a productive water well and source has yet to be procured and established. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of it. I think it's been something that's been looked at and analyzed and considered, and I believe there's been some preliminary studies that were done to see its feasibility, and it is something that has the potential to serve as a productive well on site.
Okay, if multiple sites have to be investigated and tested and looked at and drilled into, could the multiple investigations in a different site have a negative effect on the climate, on the emissions?
Sure, drilling activities could produce emissions that could have a negative impact on the environment. So the more drilling activities and testing activities, then that would produce more impact.
And then regarding the wastewater system, you stated that HoKua Place contributions to county wastewater system could include elevating or waterproofing pump stations and other facilities to protect from flooding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that to do that those measures would be extremely costly could increase the development timeline for the project.
I agree that it would be costly. I don't believe that it'll impact the timeline of the development project at HoKua Place. I think the retrofits to the wastewater plant falls within the kuleana of the county, and that's on their timeline. At present, it doesn't seem that there's a direct threat of sea level rise, so it's more of a future threat as sea levels rise and the hazard becomes more severe.
Okay.
The county will need to take action eventually to make retrofits and upgrades to their treatment plant to adapt.
Okay. Have you analyzed at all or anticipated where if there were issues with the wastewater treatment plant in possible capacity, where a possible private wastewater system could be placed?
That's not something that was looked at as part of my study.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if a suggested location would still affect or not affect sea level rise. It would depend on the location of the private wastewater system.
If there was a private wastewater site selected on site at HoKua Place, it should be a safe location for it because it is not within the inundation zone of sea level rise.
Okay. So final question, if the State Land Use Commission approves the boundary amendment and the proposed development is then subjected to county review, would you agree to a reassessment at the county level of the proposed climate change mitigation recommendations that you testified here to today as it goes through the processing at the county level?
Would I agree to a reassessment of I'm sorry, can you restate that?
As if the Land Use Commission were to agree to grant the petition for the boundary amendment and they approve it, then it would go down to the county level where some of these concerns and issues would have to be reassessed. Would you agree that may have to happen at the county level and you would participate in that?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be happy to participate if needed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Winchester. I have nothing further. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donahoe. Mr. Yee.
Thank you. Mr. Winchester, are you aware that the Hawaii State Plan was recently amended to include a climate change adaptation priority guideline?
I'm sorry, which plan are you referring to?
The Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 226, sometimes referred to as the Hawaii State Plan. Are you aware that was amended to include a
Excuse me, excuse me, Mr. Yee, can you repeat what you just said? It was muffled here.
Regarding Chapter 226 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, which is sometimes referred to as the Hawaii State Plan. Are you aware that that the law was recently amended to include a climate change adaptation priority guideline?
Yes, sir, I'm aware.
And then I saw your testimony regarding greenhouse gases and sea level rise. Did you also analyze whether what impacts there would be and what resilient efforts would be appropriate for this project due to weather changes such as droughts or increased rainstorms and hurricanes?
So those are certainly real concerns. That was not something that my particular study looked at. I only looked at the direct impacts of sea level rise inundation and the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions. So I know the EIS looked at, evaluated potential other hazard threats such as flooding and drought.
Was it your understanding that their evaluation of flooding and drought took into effect future changes due to climate?
I'm not sure, sir. I'm sorry.
Do you know why your study did not look at weather changes or impacts to weather changes and resilience efforts that would be appropriate to take that into account?
I was asked to do a really specific, narrow task, which was just to perform the sea level rise analysis and the greenhouse gas analysis.
So you were not involved in determining the scope of this report, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Ms. Isaki?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for being here, Mr. Winchester. Sorry, give me 1 second to get to one of my questions. So your sea level rise report and your greenhouse gas report, they were prepared in July 2020, right?
That's correct.
And so they were not in the 2019 EIS?
That's right. They were produced afterwards.
Okay, and so not subject to the public comment and on environmental impact disclosures?
That's right.
And your reports are based on some of your, or at least in part, it sounded like your reports are based on information in the EIS?
That's right. So much of the information was taken from the EIS to calibrate the model, to put in some of the environmental conditions and the site development conditions to calibrate and refine that model.
And oh, actually, as an aside, on that model, is that are you able to disclose the assumptions in that model, or is that proprietary information?
Oh, no, absolutely. That's all available, all public. CaliMod shows several reports on how their model is used, what those assumptions are based on, and how they come to those assumptions.
Okay, that's helpful. And so another question on this, if your reports are based on information in the EIS, are you aware that the EIS has obsolete information, including the drainage plans?
I'm sorry, what was that about the drainage plan?
Are you aware that the environmental impact statement for this project has obsolete drainage plans in it?
An obsolete drainage plan?
The drainage plans that are no longer going to be implemented.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that, no.
Okay. And your presentation described a neighboring solar farm. Is that part of the petition area, or is it independent of this project?
It is independent of the project. Well, it's outside of the petition area, but I would say it's a component of the project because it's a shared infrastructure component. So I think the intention of this site's location was to share infrastructure with the existing solar panels at the neighboring ag lots.
Will the solar project continue to provide electricity to KIUC independent of the Commission's decision?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that the county asked you about your presentation, slide 11, when you state, and I can jog your memory by putting your presentation back up if that's helpful. But you state provision of water, wastewater, and other utility services to HoKua Place should consider potential sea level rise. Who is the actor in this sentence? Is it the county or that should be considering sea level rise, or the applicant?
Both. Yeah, the applicant, I think, has considered sea level rise. Part of them considering sea level rise was hiring me to do this report and conduct this assessment. I think the county definitely is aware of the threats of sea level rise and is taking independent actions to make island communities in Kauai more resilient.
Okay. Does your report identify a county or state plan to ensure infrastructural capacity, wastewater, roads, regular water, that remains available for HoKua Place in a 3.2-foot sea level rise scenario?
Under a 3.2-foot rise scenario, would the provision of water, wastewater still be available? Was that your question?
Sorry, I'll clarify. Does your report identify any state or county or governmental plan to ensure infrastructural capacity remains available under this 3.2-foot sea level rise scenario?
No, my report did not look at state plans.
Does your analysis consider the cost to upgrade or relocate county infrastructure to address sea level rise?
No, it does not.
Okay. In regard to the Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant and sewage lines, which your report acknowledges will be impacted by storm surge and sea level rise, but you assert that the project will contribute funds for, and I'm talking at this point about your sea level rise report, which is Exhibit 8 to the amended petition, which is our Intervenors Exhibit 1. And in that, you state deferred maintenance and repairs to the WWTP, or wastewater treatment plant, and infiltration may include elevating or waterproofing. Is that correct? And I can jog your memory with the document if you like.
Yeah, those would be appropriate and logical mitigation measures to take to shore up that treatment plant.
Okay.
I don't know the specific actions that will be taken, but those do sound like logical measures to take.
And in that same continuing of the sentence, it says you further assert it will also be important to monitor sewer infiltration and inflow, and it, quote, may be necessary to implement pipelining in susceptible areas to reduce that infiltration into gravity sewers. Does that sound familiar? Did you say that?
Correct.
So are there here 4 sets of expenses: maintenance, repairs, elevating, waterproofing, monitoring, and pipelining?
Sorry, what was the question? Are there?
I'll ask again. So in that statement, you're identifying 4 sets of expenses, which would be maintenance and repairs, elevating and waterproofing, monitoring, and pipelining. And I guess my question is the developer only willing to pay for the first, which is maintenance and repairs?
That's all I'm aware of.
Do you know how much the developer will contribute to wastewater treatment plant maintenance and repairs?
I don't know that dollar value. It may be disclosed in EIS, but I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay. I'm referring here to Petitioners Exhibit 11, and this is a presentation by, I believe it was Jake Bracken. It was the Bracken PowerPoint. In that PowerPoint, he stated that the project will construct a sewage collection and transmission line to the Wailua Wastewater Treatment Plant, and I think later said that they would contribute to funds for upgrading capacity. Were you aware that those were the represented commitments at this point?
I was not aware. I didn't see Mr. Bracken's presentation then.
Okay. So in your opinion, if you construct a sewage collection system and transmission line from the project and contribute to capacity, how will that mitigate for sea level rise under any of those 4 sets of expenses that you mentioned in connection with sea level rise?
Right, so one of the biggest threats to our infrastructure is that it's aging, that it's underground, and it's in vulnerable areas. So areas where that salt water could intrude through the ground and corrode those pipes and cause leakages and issues, which would be harmful for the environment, clearly. So any new infrastructure and retrofits, designing those new pipes to be out of vulnerable areas and making sure that they are resilient to the impacts that can withstand any impacts of intruding salt water would be an improvement and a mitigation of sea level rise.
Okay, so in your so contributing to the capacity of the wastewater treatment plant and building out a new transmission line just from the project, that's not the same thing as retrofitting, correct?
You're correct. Those are 2 different things.
Okay, thanks. Moving to your, again, well, this is also a sea level rise question. Will rising oceans under your sea level rise models overwhelm the capacity of the Waika'ea Canal, causing overflow and inundation of the surrounding low-lying areas?
That's right. We looked at the 3.2-foot sea level rise scenario, and much of the area, Makai of the project area, would experience significant flooding.
So because this canal, the Waika'ea Canal, is also a drainage way for the project, these low-lying areas, will already be regularly flooded, even without considering added drainage for the project under your sea level rise model?
That's not something really that we looked at as part of the scope of my project. I think that's something maybe that the engineers would need to look at and decide about that drainage flows issues, but we just looked at direct impacts of sea level rise to the project.
And as you mentioned before, this is not considered or disclosed in the EIS because your report came out afterwards, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not planning to develop the drainage improvements for the project, right?
The developer is not planning on. I'm not sure. I wasn't aware that the drainage plan was obsolete until you mentioned it.
Actually, I was asking about your involvement in developing the drainage improvements.
That's correct. Yeah, I will not be involved in that.
Okay. In your exhibit, this is again, I think the exhibit 8 to exhibit to the petitioner's amended petition. You said that the project's drainage improvements, you understood, would include the installation of drain inlets and shallow dry wells, landscaping and grassing of disturbed areas, end quote. How deep will those shallow dry wells be?
Again, I'm not sure. I think that's something that would need to be decided in the final design by the engineers. So that's not something that I had available to me.
Okay. And I know the county did ask you about your statement on slide 12 of your exhibit 13, sea level rise will not adversely affect HoKua Place's well site. My question is, are you basing your conclusion that sea level rise will not affect well productivity on the proposed well location being inland of the 3.2-foot sea level rise inundation area?
That's correct, as well as the analysis of the groundwater and potential for saltwater intrusion impacts. So based on geological surveys, it looked like that well could be a feasible site and would not be impacted by future sea level rises.
So the geological surveys, you're referring to Tom Nance's report, or what are you referring to by geological surveys?
So based on the EIS, I believe that was from Tom's report. I can't confirm that 100%, but yeah, that was from the EIS, which is stated that the underlying geologic formations were conducive to preventing those type of issues of saltwater intrusion that could happen in other sites.
So saltwater intrusion will not occur in a well that's being drilled to at least 280 feet?
At this particular location, it doesn't seem to be an issue.
And you're basing that on the EIS, something in the EIS, but you're not sure what report?
That's right. I use the EIS as my source for that.
Okay. And but you're not really clear which part of the EIS said that saltwater intrusion will not happen in this well?
I believe it's in the water resources section.
Okay. Thank you. So, and I do have more questions on sea level rise. Does your sea level rise assessment assert that donating the area along the property frontage for Department of Transportation dedication and future improvements and usage of Olohana Road will mitigate for losing portions of Kuhio Highway that will be inundated by sea level rise. That's a correct statement of your position?
That's correct. It offers an alternative route. So in the case that portions of the highway were inundated down in the lower areas in and around Kapa'a town, that there would be a pathway for folks to be able to get out still using the bypass road. And so by donating that land and increasing the capacity, some more traffic flow could move through that area if need be.
Okay, so the plan is that everyone who uses Kuhio Highway will be pushed up towards Kapa'a bypass and Olohana Road.
So they'd have that as an alternative in the case that road was compromised.
Okay, thank you. And I will actually go back to traffic in a minute. Your sea level rise assessment, again, the one that was appended to the DBA petition, concludes that, quote, indirect impacts could occur due to flooding and erosion of the nearby coastal area. And then you say these impacts will be mitigated through the project design elements and through funding for public road and infrastructure improvements. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you calculate the cost of sea level rise impacts on public infrastructure to draw your conclusion that the developer's contributions will mitigate for its reliance on this, will mitigate for all of its reliance on this public infrastructure in the years to come?
No, costs were not estimated as part of the survey.
Do you, but do you know how much the project is promising to contribute to these infrastructural improvements?
I don't.
Okay. And so as this is on your greenhouse gas emissions, I'm going to ask if you consider the energy cost for pumping water to storage at 313 or 414 feet. Did you include that in your assumptions or about the emissions?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Did you include in your assumptions for the energy cost or for sources of emissions, the energy cost of pumping water to storage?
Sorry, if I may, Ms. Isaki, how long do you think more you have?
I have 3 more questions, but one of them is involving traffic that might take a little bit.
Okay, it's 12:01. I promised everybody lunchtime at noon. I know the commissioners have some questions as well. So I think what we're going to have to do is go on recess till 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we're going to recall Mr. Bao, and following Mr. Bao, we'll bring back Mr. Winchester. Does that work, Ms. Ahu and Mr. Ewan?
Do you want to finish Winchester first and then go to Bao, or do you want to hear from Bao at 1 o'clock?
If Bao is flexible, I'd rather finish Winchester before going to Bao than separate 2 witnesses, but is that possible?
Let's finish Winchester, and I'll suggest to Bao that he come later.
So, sorry, you can confirm that's going to be possible?
Yes.
Okay. Any concerns or objections from the parties?
No.
Chair, what time are we finishing today?
I know that we're going to lose Commissioner Wong at 2:30. Are there others who have to leave at 2:30 or before? My intent was to try and go through 3:30, given the tremendous speed that we are rocketing through this docket on. We'll probably need to spend as much time on it as possible. But that will now impose on Commissioner Wong missing some of the hearing. So 3:30 is my intent. Okay, it is
3:30 or 2:30?
3:30 concluding today. And it is 12:03. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock with Mr. Winchester, followed by Mr. Bao.
Process. I think in the past, attorneys has transmitted it.
I think you're still muted.
KAL Moku Walmart.
Oh, okay.
And I have to say, they're not as good as they came out a number of years ago. Then you couldn't find them. I happened to see them The dill pickle flavors lays are better.
Is it like dill and vinegar, or what's the?
Yeah,
Or,
it's a dill and vinegar.
Oh.
So.
Well, the next time I'm in Honolulu, I'll have to try to make an effort to stop at the Walmart and see if I.
They might have some in Kahului Walmart.
Yeah, we also have like 50,000 visitors here. So
oh.
Might be safer for me to wait till I get to Honolulu.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw your COVID numbers and was thinking that is not what Maui no Kohoi means. Okay, folks, one more minute. So we tune in for the next exciting episode of HoKua Place. I see Mizahu, Mr. Ewan's camera's off, but I assume he's here. Ms. McManus, you're good?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Okay, and we have Commissioners Chang, Okuda, Ohigashi, Giovanni, Axon, Cabral, Wong, who's doing calisthenics so that he can be seen. And I'm here. Okay. It is 1 p.m. on the nose. Thank you to everyone for being on time. We are continuing with the cross-examination by the intervener of petitioner's witness from G70 on climate change impacts. Ms. Isaki, it's your witness.
Thank you. Thank you. So Mr. Bao, I just want to.
Mr. Winchester.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winchester. So my question before we stopped for lunch was, is energy cost for pumping water to the reservoir storage included in your calculations of greenhouse gas emissions?
We considered the cost of the energy usage of acquiring water.
Including pumping water to storage above at 313 and 414 feet in elevation?
I don't think we considered that.
Okay, thank you. And also under your greenhouse gas analysis, and I'm referring to your, this was the exhibit that was appended to the amended DBA petition. You assumed weekday daily trips at 5,740 trips, and that the total average daily vehicle miles, the traveled length data is 10.8 miles per trip. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
And that information is based on what?
So that's based on some of the default values of the model, which are based on averages that the model creators developed based on other studies. We did ground truth that, thinking about, what is the distance? What's the distance from the development project to Lehui to Kapa'a? Thinking probably most trips are going to be shorter than that, actually. If folks are just driving to Kapa'a town for daily trips, picking up groceries, running to the beach, going to the school, it'd be far less than 10. But we went with the more conservative value of 10 just to, accommodate that travel distance of folks to Lehui as well.
Okay. And when you say is a trip considered like a round trip, like you leave for work and then come back home? Or is it just, it's just one way? Okay, thank you. And so you described 5,740 trips. Are you aware that in the DOT data from 2010 says that there's 7,400 vehicles per day on Kuhio High, or on the area by the parcel?
sounds accurate. I didn't know the exact value, but I did brief the report.
So that would be like an increase of like maybe 2/3 to add another 5,740.
I don't know. That sounds logical, but
okay.
Again, it's not always new traffic. A lot of these homes would be almost a redistribution of where people would be coming from. Local residents, who would be coming from further away, living out in more remote areas, would have the opportunity to live closer to the urban area in Kapa'a town, and so vehicle trips would be shorter. So the number might not necessarily change, but the vehicle trip distance could change, become shorter, actually.
I have a lot of questions about the assumption that the homes will go to local residents, but I believe that I would ask I think his name is something, Mr. Cassidy, about those assumptions. Did your study analyze the assumptions of whether or not these homes will be inhabited by local residents, such that I should be asking you those questions?
No, our study didn't look at that.
So your assumption is based on perhaps Cassidy's report or another's report?
Our assumptions of traffic volume?
I'm sorry, your assumption that most of the homes will, that the traffic will just be a redistribution of local residents already, so that the traffic is just being redistributed, if I understood you correctly.
We did not look at where people would be coming from that would be occupying the homes.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the landscaping plan. This is in your Exhibit 13, the slides 8 and 9, or landscaping in general. When did you discuss landscaping with the developer in regard to, it sounded like, greenhouse gas emission capture?
Yeah, so we had a conversation. It was really just an estimate of the number of trees that would be planted. That was really the only conversation about landscaping. Again, we estimated the 300 new trees would be planted, and we had a conversation about that, and he confirmed that that was a good approximation for the number of trees, but no further discussions went into detailed landscaping plans.
And so when did that discussion happen?
I'd have to check my records. I don't know off the top of my head. It would have been sometime before the report was generated last year, so early 2000.
Early 2000, okay.
Early to mid 2000.
2020?
2020, I'm sorry. I'm a couple decades off. 2020.
That would be early, okay. And when you told the Office of Planning that you were given a narrow task of just looking at direct sea level rise impacts, correct?
We looked at the impacts of sea level rise to the project area. So both direct impacts as well as indirect impacts to the, how sea level rise impacting the vicinity may impact the site.
And so the difference between direct and indirect here is kind of like the difference between a direct strike by a nuclear weapon as opposed to the fallout in the areas that are next to that direct strike. Is that correct?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I think direct impacts would be floodwaters, ocean water rising and directly impacting the site. So floodwaters inundating the HoKua Place site. Indirect effects would be, for example, if the sea level rise were to impact the water infrastructure in the vicinity that disrupted the water supply to the project area. So that would be an example of indirect impact.
Okay, thank you. So it's like the indirect impact would be like to the wastewater treatment plant because that's not on site.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Winchester, for your testimony today. I'd like to make a general comment up front that I find it refreshing sitting on this commission and having a petition come before us in which the Petitioner took the matter of greenhouse gas and climate change seriously and actually invested in a study to do this work. So that's something we hope to see a lot more of in things that come before us in the future. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the parties for their cross-examination, because I think it brought forth a lot of the questions I had and some of the clarifications on issues that I was looking for. But having said that, it also underscores not only the value of the study, but a lot of the uncertainties that are associated with it. So I have a few questions in a couple of different areas. The first one is about the model and model assumptions itself. In recent testimony coming forward, and I think on the record in this case, we see the need for a growing investment in infrastructure associated with the project. We know that there's a 26-mile road that's going to be built on the project, and the preliminary estimate for that was like $27 million. We heard from witness yesterday, Mr. Bao, who estimated $86 million for some of the infrastructure related to controlling drainage and stormwater runoff primarily. And then there are various assumptions going around about how much more could be involved in terms of mitigations for traffic and wastewater treatment. So we don't know what to amount to, but it could very well amount to hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure. My question is, did you account for the construction activity associated with that level of infrastructure investment and activity in your model as part of the construction, the greenhouse gas emissions that will be produced during those construction activities?
Yeah, thank you. Again, this model is it's not perfect. It's it does use several assumptions. It looks at a range of similar projects and what their averages are, and those averages are used to generate the projections. So I can't say whether or not the infrastructure improvements would be more or less than the average assumptions that are used in the model.
Can you say specifically what the model assumption was for infrastructure improvements for wastewater?
It doesn't make any dollar value estimates, if that's what you mean.
What kind of estimate did it make? Just for greenhouse gas associated with wastewater control?
That's right. Yeah, the model predicts greenhouse gas emissions resulting from so for wastewater, it'd be the conveyance and movement of wastewaters and the treatment of it at a plant.
Okay, let's move to another area of assumptions. I believe you said that you drew upon the traffic study that was part of the final EIS for various numbers, I think is what you said, to use as model inputs. Is that correct?
That's right.
So the testimony of Mr. Bracken, there was an acknowledgement that study needed to be upgraded. In fact, they had invested in that prior to the pandemic occurring, and that work was suspended. But this has been acknowledged by a number of people in this docket that the traffic study does need to be at a minimum updated. Would that in turn, would you feel that would cause you to do a subsequent update of your model based on those numbers being updated?
I really don't know about the deficiencies of the traffic report and how different a new study might be. We really use the traffic assessment as a way to ground truth a lot of our assumptions and ground truth the model, really, especially things like the vehicle distance, right? So the 10 miles that we referred to. But beyond that, I can't imagine that there would be a significant difference from the traffic report, but I can't really speak to it because I don't know what major changes there could be.
Yeah, and we're not asking you to guess or imagine, but do you agree it would be prudent for you, should a new traffic study be done, that you at a minimum review that and compare it to what you did use from it and possibly update your study?
I would be happy to.
Okay, let's go on to another, I think, working assumption in your model, which had to do with the bicycle and walking accommodations that are being made for this project. And in your testimony, you made the comment that it would be easy to connect to Kapa'a town. Can you describe what you mean to me as what is an easy connection?
I suppose it'd be easy for the user is the desired result, so that users would easily be able to bicycle from the development to town and back, or walk from town to back. Not necessarily easy to develop. That's outside of my expertise.
So Mr. Donahoe asked you a series of questions about what type of passage or would be envisioned for crossing the bypass road as an, quote my words, easy connection between the project and downtown. Can you expand upon that a bit more? What you envision to be an easy connection across the bypass road?
So I don't really know the final design, and I know complete streets is something that was, complete streets practices would be implemented as part of the project. That's something that EIS states, but I'm not a traffic engineer or so that's outside of my expertise.
So my takeaway is that you really kind of don't know how easy or uneasy it might be to get to town from HoKua Place.
We assume that a seamless bike lane going from Kapa'a town to town would be implemented, and it would be easy for the users. That's the assumptions that was made in the model, but I don't know exactly what it means to be easy for development purposes.
By seamless, do you mean it wouldn't stop traffic on the bypass road?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's move on. In your area of experience and work, it's again refreshing to see somebody that's looking in quantitative terms, trying to assess the sea level rise that could possibly occur. And I think that in one of your slides, you said it could range from, by the year 2050, to be 3 to 11 feet at sea level or at shore level in this area. Is that correct?
So NOAA's created a range of potential sea level rise scenarios that go from intermediate low to extreme. I think there's 6 different scenarios depending on the climate pathway. So the number of emissions, there's a kind of business as usual assumption that we keep burning fossil fuels at the pace we are, and that would cause sea level to rise a certain level. The intermediate high is the scenario that most scientists believe is the most likely scenario. And I believe that one shows about a 3.2 rise in the Kapa'a area around the year 2070.
So that's the number I was really honing in on, because it's come up a couple of times in this docket, the nominal 3.2 feet. And I think you just characterized that as reasonable or not an extreme. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. That's the general general feeling amongst most scientists is that intermediate high is the most likely scenario.
Okay. So the impact of that type of sea level rise would directly affect the wastewater treatment plant. And as you've testified, would necessitate a number of retrofits, possibly elevating equipment and things of that sort. Is that correct?
That's right. You know, not just the wastewater treatment plant, but this is sea level rise is an issue for the entire island, the entire state, and the county and state will need to, really consider sea level rise and work on retrofitting and adapting all of its infrastructure that could be vulnerable to sea level rise. So not just this area.
We heard from Mr. Bowe yesterday that he did not consider himself an expert in the design and operation of the treatment facilities themselves, that was a specialty in engineering. Would you consider yourself to be well qualified and versed in that area, or similar to Mr. Bowe, that it's somebody else's area?
I'm not an expert on wastewater treatment engineering or what would be needed to make those retrofits.
I will accept that. I'm not either. Quite a stretch. It is a specialty. It's conjecture, but the possibility exists that a major investment would have to be made in the wastewater treatment facility for capacity. That this project and other projects along the coast could contribute to push the envelope on the capacity of that existing facility. In view of the potential, quote, reasonable expectation or likely expectation of sea rise, would it be, and as a general consultant on urban planning, would you recommend that to the county or others that a major investment of this sort should be made at sea level for additional capacity?
I believe the county does need to take action, and it is something they're aware of the issue, and they are taking action to make improvements for the long term. Investment is needed, and the HoKua Place project has committed to providing funds that would go towards the county's improvements.
There's a difference between improvements and a sizable CIP project to expand capacity of a wastewater treatment plant by 50%, which is the number that's been put on the table to take it from 1 million to 1.5 million gallons per day treatment. Again, do you think it would be reasonable, or would a recommendation be made to the county that that's a good location to make that investment?
Yeah, I really can't say. I don't know what the, like I said, I'm not an expert in what would be needed to make those improvements and to fully adapt and armor that treatment plant for the future scenarios. I think that an independent study would really need to look at what is needed in that area and define, what those impacts are, what the vulnerabilities are, and make specific recommendations for improvements. And then we could start to estimate costs and whatnot. But that's really outside of what we looked at for this study.
Would you think a study like that should consider alternatives to the location of the current site?
Certainly. Anytime an EIS is done for a project like that, usually alternatives are looked at, which would include alternate locations.
And I agree that an EIS would be required for something such as that. And we all know the timetables associated with that. So do you think that something like this could be accommodated in what would be a reasonable time frame, and what do you think is reasonable?
Yeah, I really can't say. I don't know.
I don't want to push you to speculate beyond your area of comfort or expertise, but I do want to thank you again for doing this type of work and this type of development. So thank you, and I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Winchester.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony. I just have just a few questions. I'm wanting to follow up on Commissioner Giovanni. Listening to his line of questioning, I thought, wow, this developer's really been quite noble to do these studies. But these are required under Land Use Commission rules. Isn't that correct? So,
that's correct.
Okay. So both the sea level rise assessment and the greenhouse gas emission study, those are required by our Land Use Commission rules that were recently adopted. Is that right?
Right. So that was the impetus for initiating these studies.
Okay. So wasn't necessarily because the petitioner wanted to, thought this would be a great thing to do. He was required to do it, right?
I can't really speak to the developers, but
okay, but you would agree. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, but you would agree it is required by Land Use Commission's regulations, right?
That's correct.
And but the final EIS did not include either of these two studies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know why?
I don't know why. I was not involved in the production of the EIS. I believe that sea level rise was mentioned as a hazard in the EIS, but it did not go into the depth of analysis that this study has.
And perhaps they were grandfathered in under the old rules that may not have required it. And I'm only speculating like you. This is my final line of questioning. I'm really interested in infrastructure costs. So under your sea level rise assessment, and through various cross examinations, there was questions regarding potential mitigation measures to address that, including retrofitting, and then line of questioning about the wastewater treatment facility. Do you have any kind of an estimate of what that would cost to address these impacts?
I really don't. I think it would really need to be individually looked at and assessed. It would take a separate independent study to look at off-site improvements that the county might need to make to improve resilience to future sea level rise conditions.
Do you have any kind of ballpark figure based upon your own expertise doing a lot of these assessments? Any reasonable guess based upon your expertise?
I can't, because I don't know the extent of the area that would be looked at. Right, sea level rise is something that is impacting coastal areas in the entire island, and so if we're just talking about just Kapa'a town, it'd be one thing. If we're talking about the region, east coast of Kauai, be another. But I really can't speculate or guess what those costs might be. It would really take an in-depth study to.
Is that something that I'm very sorry? Is that something that you do?
I think engineers would need to really look at that and do that type of assessment.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Winchester. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Wong, followed by Commissioner Okuda. He's running away from the room. Harkening back to his HBA days when
Of
he got
course.
called on by the teacher.
Except I would be back of the room. Sorry, Chair, we had to set the unmute button on the computer.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Wong, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Winchester. The first question is kind of like following Commissioner Giovanni's line of questioning about the sewer. So it's, after lunch, thinking about sewer and all that. How, the project itself is above Kapa'a town, right? And above the sewer plant. So sewer will go down, right? I mean, it go downhill, not uphill, correct? I mean, because it's gravity fed, right?
Sure, that's correct.
Okay, so this project, from what I understand, is gonna put new sewer lines in the project. Is that correct? Okay, nodding your head, so yes. So, it's gonna hook up to the existing sewer lines, which is a little bit old and decrepit. No offense, Kauai, about this, but the sewer area is taxed. It's going to be taxed, and so because it's uphill, all that sewer going down is more pressure. I mean, on the lines because of all that, all the doo-doo flowing down, right? With all that people, that wouldn't it affect? I mean, more the sewer treatment plant? I mean, because isn't that issue of sewer going downhill with the pressure going to increase the pressure on the downhill side? And wouldn't the lines be easily burst? I mean, can you answer that?
I really can't say. I apologize. It's that was outside of what I was asked to look at for the study. So looking at the capacity of the pipes or the condition of those pipes, it wasn't something that was considered in our study. We just really looked at which areas were vulnerable to sea level rise from.
Because I was thinking about the pressure will increase, and also the salt water will degrade the sewer lines more. So that's where I was coming from, but I'll ask that later on. Then the other question I have is, in your exhibit, page 8, you were talking about multimodal transportation such as walking or bicycling to Kapa'a town. How far is the project to Kapa'a town?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to check a map. Okay.
No, just because, like half a mile from me, I'll just be huffing and puffing. I need to take a break. And if you're going uphill, it's worse. You know what I mean? Downhill, you're just going coasting. So, I mean, for other people, it'd be easy, but not for me. But I was just thinking about this. Where in the plan, the whole plan itself, or even the EIS, showed a walking or bicycling path?
So those final design elements have likely not been ironed out. I'm not aware of them. If those specific locations have been designed, the EIS states that they will be included. So that pedestrian pathways will be connected to the existing pedestrian network connecting to town and bicycle infrastructure, and that complete streets elements would be implemented.
Right. Yeah. It's just that I understand where you're coming from climate change. That everyone wants less gases. Even my wife likes less gases from me. But what I'm saying is, the interesting thing about this is, it's I would rather ride a bike if I could to work. But hopefully it's not 20 miles away. I don't want to do like a century ride or something to work. So I just was wondering if you knew that distance. Okay.
Consult my report quickly, and the plateau is directly above Kapa'a town, where the project site would be.
Yeah.
Adjacent to the elementary school. It's a close distance. In my opinion, it's a walkable distance for someone like me.
Yeah.
I walk and bicycle to work as is, so that's something regular for me. I assume a lot of folks healthy and willing would do the same rather than drive.
So then, So the other question I'm going to have, following Mr. Donahoe's line of questioning about a roundabout on the bypass road. So are you, I mean, there has to be either an overpass or underpass, right? For that bike or walkers, isn't that correct? Because you don't want them to go through, let's say, a busy highway, right?
Not necessarily. They can be designed using complete streets elements to integrate the bike lanes and pedestrian pathways into that roundabout. So there are examples of that in other places.
So like what Mr. Donahoe says is possible, having a roundabout instead of a pure stop for people to walk across.
It's a possibility.
Okay, so then
I can't speak to whether it's the best option or not.
Okay, so if we put in a condition, say you got to put some sort of, you must put an overpass or underpass, just for kids to be safe, then that's a possibility too, right?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
I can't say whether or not it's the best option or not without looking at the research and the studies in that area, and that may require a separate study in itself.
Okay. So going back to Mr. Donahoe's question about the roundabout, the gas, the gas house and all that stuff, the greenhouse effect. So your study took in account like all those extra cars coming from the project going into Kapa'a town? Is that correct?
Right.
And then I think something about Mr. Donahoe was alluding to either, is it better to have it as a roundabout or a stoplight? Which one would be better to reduce the gas emission? Is that correct? Did you answer that, or wasn't?
Yeah, I believe a roundabout would generate less greenhouse gas emissions than a standard four-way stop with a stoplight.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Winchester. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Winchester, for bearing with us. My questions follow up somewhat the questions that the prior commissioners have asked. Can I just ask a background question? Are you a member of any of the professional organizations like the American Planning Association or the Urban Land Institute or anything similar like that?
Yes, sir. I am a American Institute of Certified Planners candidate.
Okay, and you periodically, or let's say prior to the pandemic, and maybe during the pandemic virtually, but you generally regularly attended conferences of whether it's the ULI, the American Planning Association, or locally the HCPO entities like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I tell me if I'm misstating anything, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but isn't it true that at a lot of these gatherings, especially in the last maybe 4 or 5 years, there have been a lot of discussion about how cars on the road contribute to greenhouse gases?
Absolutely.
And in fact, the time that is spent traveling not only contributes to greenhouse gases, but in fact, it contributes to negative health outcomes. Isn't that correct? I mean, that's been discussed at whether it's the ULI, the HCPO, or the American Planning Association meetings. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
Would it be a fair statement to say that at least in the last 5 years, and the reason why I'm asking this is I don't want to give my conclusion from me attending these conferences, during the last 5 years, but would it be a fair statement that the standard of practice among professional planners is that if it is all possible, the goal is to reduce the amount of transit time and transit distance with respect to the use of personal automobiles?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, one of the accepted techniques of doing so is, as much as possible, place the location of residences, in other words, places where people are actually going to live, as close to retail locations or employment centers as possible. Isn't that what is basically being drilled down on us? It seems like at every conference we go to every 6 months prior to the pandemic, on the mainland or even locally, that's like the mantra that is being drilled down as far as what is the standard of modern planning practice. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
I mean, we in fact, and tell me if I'm wrong, can you recall in the last 5 years any speaker at any of these conferences, whether at the ULI, the HCPO, or the American Planning Association, that has advocated placing or intentionally placing housing developments, especially large housing developments, away from places of employment or retail when it's possible to place a development closer?
I can't recall a talk like that.
Okay.
It seems unlikely.
Yeah, it's unlikely. Yeah. Okay. And I'm not a professional planner like you, so I'm not passing any judgment or anything one way or the other. I'm just asking a question to try to get out what might be the standard of practice among professional planners. Can I ask you this? Now, it's I think more than just scientific conclusion. It's kind of common sense that the longer somebody is in a car, not an electric car, but a car fueled by, gasoline or diesel, the longer the car is on the road, the more greenhouse gas is going to come out of the car. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. So the longer the engine is running and combusting fossil fuels, the more emissions that would be generated.
Yes, and in fact, your statement is much more accurate than mine, because you're right, it's possible to be in a car with the engine off. So to determine the amount of greenhouse gases that are really going to be emitted by vehicles individually or especially collectively, we basically have to know, number one, what's the intended destination? Number two, what's the purpose to go to the intended destination? And number three, the regularity, or how many times that type of trip would be taken. And when I say intended destination, that really includes figuring out the distance between the starting point and the ending point. We would really need to know all of that to determine what would be the cumulative impacts of greenhouse gases from travel. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In preparing your report, did you review the final environmental impact statement?
Yes, sir.
And have you also reviewed the documents the applicant, the petitioner in this case, has submitted to the Land Use Commission?
Which document specifically?
Well, there's been a filing, which is the petitioner's petition, and then there's been a bunch of exhibits. I think we might be up to Exhibit 45 or 46 at this point in time. I mean, well, let me first say, did you, what was the scope of your review of documents that have been submitted by the petitioner?
I have not reviewed all those documents or if any documents as part of this submission.
Okay.
Other than the EIS.
Okay, other than the EIS. Okay, well, based on whatever documents you reviewed, did you ever see any document or material prepared by the developer or anyone else that set forth or documented where the intended residents or the expected residents of this development would go for work or for their location of their place of employment? Did you ever see anything like that?
I believe the intention of building the community where it is because of its location in a town center, so Kapa'a, and recognizing that Kapa'a is a more urbanized area, especially for Kauai, with employment opportunities, with schools, with a hospital, that the intention was for folks to be using those amenities that are in Kapa'a and making most of their trips to Kapa'a town.
Okay, well, my question wasn't about people's intentions, and the reason why I'm asking this question is really a follow-up on some of the testimony that came from Mr. Ching, the Kama'aina witness presented by the petitioner. So my specific question is, did you ever see anything in the record which set forth or documented the location of employment of the persons or people who are anticipated to reside in the proposed development?
I'm not aware of a document like that.
Did you see any document or study or other materials in the record which documented where and what type of retail people in who live in the development would frequent or go to? And let me clarify that. It's because my understanding is there's no Costco in Kapa'a town, and some of the big box, other similar big box locations are elsewhere. And I think Wilcox Hospital is not in Kapa'a town either. So is there any type of document or evidence in the record which sets forth in a professional manner, and when I say that's sufficient to what you professional planners would rely on, which provide data as far as what retail or other non-employment destinations the people who are expected to live in the development would be going to?
I'm not aware of a document like that.
Did you ever see any type of evidence in the record which shows what the actual employment opportunities are in Kapa'a town and how much these employment opportunities pay?
That's not something I looked at as part of this study.
Did you ever see anything in the record which provided evidence that in fact people or the expected residents of the development would in fact do most of their retail shopping in Kapa'a and not travel, for example, to Lihui?
I can't say. I know I can only speak to what the intention of the project is in determining its location.
Yeah, but you do understand that we on the Land Use Commission, we will consider all testimony that is provided to us, but we also have to weigh and determine not only intentions that are stated, but whether or not the record really supports the viability of such intentions, even assuming we give the intentions a view of credibility, and that's why I'm asking the questions. Last couple questions regarding this. In your practice as a professional planner, have you prepared environmental impact statements or been part of the preparation of environmental impact statements?
Yes, sir.
Did you form any opinion in reviewing the environmental impact statement, whether or not there is a need to supplement the environmental impact statement?
I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know well enough of the deficiencies that may exist.
Were you ever present at any discussions where there was a discussion about whether or not all things considered, including proceedings that have taken up until today, that the environmental impact statement may at this point in time be deficient?
No, sir. We just use the EIS as a tool to input data into the model, and for that purposes, for my study, there was sufficient information to do what I needed to do for my study.
Did you make any determination of any of the data that is contained in the environmental impact statement, the final environmental impact statement, whether any of that data required supplementation or updating under the either the administrative rules that govern supplementation of the environmental impact statements, or under what we would normally commonly call the Kui Lima case, but I believe that Hawaii Supreme Court case is Unite Here Local 5 ! versus City and County of Honolulu. Did you consider whether or not perhaps the data required supplementation, or you just assumed that none was needed?
I don't have an opinion. Like I said, it was sufficient for my needs to complete my part of the project and doing my studies. I didn't read the entire EIS. I only used the portions that pertain to my study in particular. So of the areas that I reviewed, I believe that they were sufficient in serving the purpose and the intent.
Did you form any opinion one way or the other about whether or not the traffic impact study required supplementation under either the administrative rules governing supplemental environmental impact statements or under the Hawaii Supreme Court, which I mentioned to you?
I'm sorry, I don't have an opinion. I was just asked to do very narrow tasks, and making judgments about the traffic study is kind of outside what I was scoped to do.
Okay, well, last question, just so that I get a clear understanding in my mind. Did you form an opinion that the traffic study did not need supplementation, or did you just take the traffic study as is without making a determination whether it needed supplementation?
I don't have an opinion on the sufficiency of it in itself. It was sufficient for my needs and for the model, for ground truthing the assumptions that were used in the model, and for that purpose, it was useful. Beyond that, I can't say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Winchester. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there further questions for this witness? Commissioner Cabral, you're muted, so you need to unmute.
Myself. Yes, thank you for putting up with all of our questions. You know, it's a big decision, and appreciate all of our experts of various skills. There's been so much talk about water. You know, we have all of this surface water, and we have well water that you want for drinking. We have all this surface water that we have to deal with to not have it flood. And then there's concerns of where the flooding water is going to go. There's concerns if there's enough well water for future consumption. I think in some areas, clearly not in Hilo or Kauai where we have lots of rainwater, has any consideration been given, or are you aware of the ability to possibly try and make a design feature where you would use the well water for potable water, for portable water for people to use, and that the surface water, try and have that from your retention basins and that to be able to go up and have a secondary water system, and that would be yard use water? And I do know that in areas where water is not as plentiful as here, I'm sure the additional plumbing pipes and that, but then you could have catchment bases in closer areas that would be first consumed by neighborhoods before they would run off to other areas. Has anything ever said that been ever thought of?
Our study looked at for the greenhouse gas assessment. We only looked at what the emissions would be from water of the county connection, but not necessarily from on-site pumping. We acknowledge that that's a possibility, that if the water system were to be compromised from sea level rise in the future, that on-site water production is feasible. But to answer your question about the extent or the actual design of that isn't something that we looked at all, or that I didn't look at all.
Okay, thank you. And then another concern, and it's been several of the other commissioners have touched on it. It's really hard with the maps that we've seen. I haven't seen a really good overlay of where exactly town is and the school is in that. But from your representation, and although you said you hadn't walked to it, it is a community that within a short driving distance, bicycling or walking distance, this is something that Kapaha Town could service. And then my question is, what is the current population of Kapaha Town?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, I'll get that from maybe the county then. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Winchester? If not, I have a series of questions. Let's see, in not a particular order, so forgive me. Have you been to the site?
I have not. I've been to Kapa'a Town, but not on site at HoKua Place.
So none of your work was informed by any site visit to this location, is that correct?
That's correct. The data used was from the EIS, from its components to the biology assessment, from GIS data, and from photos of the site, aerial imagery.
Okay. In your direct questioning by Ms. Ahu, you referred to NOAA as the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association. I believe you mean administration. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you for correcting me.
Of Petitioners Exhibit, I believe it's Exhibit 8 is your report. Is that correct?
That's correct. Exhibit 8. Yes.
Yeah, okay. On page 4.4-3. So chapter 4, page 3. And I'm scrolling to it myself right now. There's a statement that states regarding freshwater resources. I believe this is for. Maybe I have the wrong page where there's multiple. There's a statement that says that geologic studies indicate a thick basaltic layer separates the aquifer which is to be utilized or targeted from other areas. Do you have a citation for that report?
So that information came from the EIS, which I don't know the source material that the geologic study was. It presume would be listed in the references for the EIS.
Okay.
But
You go on to write, this underlying layer of dense rock could act as a natural barrier to saltwater intrusion. Do you have any confidence? Can you give us any level of confidence in that statement?
and I use the source material.
Yeah, yes or no
EIS.
is fine. No, you can't.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I can't give you a confidence interval.
Okay. Also regarding the freshwater resources, if I understood your response to a question from intervener's attorney, Bianca Isaki, you stated that the calculations you used included the energy costs of pumping potable water in the development. Was that correct? When you were analyzing greenhouse gas impacts?
No, I apologize. The assessment considered water being provided by the county water system, not from being pumped at the site. It acknowledges that there's a possibility for water to be pumped at the site, but that wasn't included in the assessment.
So the increased impact on Kauai's energy grid of pumping and possibly treating water to provide for the water demands are not included as part of your analysis?
That's right. We only, we assumed that water would be provided by the county water system.
So then if I may, you know, and this is where there's, if you remember back to school, there's advantages and disadvantages to being the first kid to answer a question, right? So yours is the first, I believe, GHG and SLR analysis to come in front of this commission. So you're going to get asked more questions than perhaps the next guys are, and you're going to get asked questions that you perhaps hadn't thought of, but that's our job. So, so the administrative rule that you are responding to is HAR 151550, part, I can't, sorry, excuse me, part 24. And among it says in part A, the impacts of sea level rise on the proposed development, infrastructure adaptations to assess the impacts of climate change, including sewer, water, and roadway improvements. So by your study, assuming that water was provided by the county and no further analysis is being done, would you conclude that your study is fully responsive to the requirements of Part B?
No, this study has its limitations, and we analyzed to our best knowledge what the most likely scenario would be. As said in the EIS, water would be provided by the county water system. So the option of drilling water on site is
but regardless, the study does not include the energy and analysis of the greenhouse gas impacts from the energy required to deliver water to the site, the increased consumption of water. That's what I understood your testimony to be. Is that correct? Whether or not it's provided by the county or on site, there's no analysis.
Yes, the model does estimate the emissions of delivering water to the site from the county water system. So those emissions are included in the analysis.
So how does it then I misunderstood your earlier statement then. How does your model account for different potential sources of water? Because depending on the source that the county is using, which well or which surface water treatment plant, there's a different energy cost associated with delivering it to your site. Is that in your study or in your model?
And the model uses many assumptions based on averages of similar types of projects, of land use projects. So the projections that are made are, again, just based on those assumptions, but not necessarily being specifically at the exact location and analyzing the.
So the answer is no to my question.
I think so.
Okay. Going back to your study, the section on water supply, page 4-2, it says the state's 2019 updated water resource protected plan, which actually should be water resources protection plan, indicates a sustainable yield of 21 million gallons per day for the aquifer. Have you read the water resources protection plan?
I've used it as a reference tool.
Are you familiar with its discussion of climate change?
I'm familiar with the discussion, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me whether or not future climate scenarios where Hawaii gets drier have been used in the calculation of sustainable yield or not?
I can't say. I don't know for sure right now.
So they have not.
I presume so.
They have not. Your presumption would be incorrect.
Okay.
They explicitly have a very long discussion of potential impacts from climate change and how important this is. And they proceed to say this should be considered in the future.
Okay.
So relying on a sustainable yield, which assumes rainfall will remain consistent, is that, do you feel, responsive to the requirements under HER 15-1550 to take into account the potential impacts from climate change on water infrastructure?
That's a good question. Certainly, the rainfall patterns will be impacted by climate change. The wetter areas are projected to get even wetter, and drier areas are projected to get drier.
Which projections are you referring to, please?
So that would be from the 2017 Climate Change and Sea Level Rise Vulnerability Report.
But that was a sea level rise report. You're talking about rainfall data. Are you referring to the statistical downscaling work of Tom Jambaluka or the dynamic downscaling work of climatic models?
I'm not sure. I believe it's kind of general knowledge somewhat in our field, but I can't give you the specific source.
I guess I just would personally believe there's actually considerable debate whether or not the wetter gets wetter and drier gets drier remains true, particularly for the island of Kauai, but across the islands. In any case, I believe your answer was that you were unaware that the State Water Protection Plan does not actually incorporate climate models with a drying trend into the calculation of sustainable yield. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Last question. Is this one of the largest single owner parcels of land, Mauka of Kapa'a Town?
I believe so.
So would development of this project, in your professional opinion as a planner, increase or decrease the options for coastal retreat for Kapa'a?
Well, having homes available in the Maui areas that are outside of the sea level rise exposure area would allow for residents that are in that zone to retreat upwards if desired.
But I believe the sea level rise studies show significant potential inundation to Kapa'au, not just for residences, but for significant major infrastructure, transportation, water, sewer, electrical, as well as the commercial core of Kapa'au. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So will use of this land primarily for residential development increase or decrease the possibility of coastal retreat options for the county of Kauai?
Coastal retreat is something that the county really needs to consider island-wide and vulnerable areas. I think designing this project in an area outside of the sea level rise exposure area is responsible and is an encouraged project, I think, as far as not building it in a vulnerable area.
Okay. You know, I want to thank you again, and you're the first one to come in front of us. So I just want to be really clear that that's a tough position to be in.
Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Winchester. Is there anything further, commissioners? If not, redirect Ms. Ahu.
Redirect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, it is 2:10. Let's recess till 2:20. We'll call up Mr. Bao, and that'll be the remainder of our day, I believe. Thank you very much, Mr. Winchester. Recess till 2:20.
Because he was in the audience last we saw, right? Brian? Can I hear you? You're muted.
Yes.
So which way does Dudu go? Uphill or downhill? Sorry, I had to.
I don't know if it goes uphill or downhill, but it all seems to come to me.
Yeah, I had to put that one in somewhere for you.
I was told that when I started working at the legislature by a senior staffer, the two principles to live by were poop slides downhill and it didn't happen on my watch. Okay, one more minute.
Chair, before I start, I'm just going to walk out at 2:30, just for FYI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have any questions for Mr. Bao?
No, I think I covered it yesterday, so thank you, Chair.
Okay. It is 2:20. I see Ms. Ahu. Waiting for Ms. Cabral. I'm momentarily not recalling exactly who was next to question Mr. Bao, or who was in the middle of questioning.
Chair, this is Gary Okuda. I think I was continuing my questioning.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Okay, we're waiting for Commissioner Cabral. We have Commissioners Chang, Okuda, Ohigashi. Giovanni? Yeah, there you are. I'm still not used to the Zoom function where everybody shifts around. So. Though you can drag and drop people to where you need them to be. Just need Commissioner Cabral. The answer is blue diamond smoked almonds now, in case that's being picked up, unfortunately, on the mic.
I was trying to be good today.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
Oh, no, tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for coming back, Commissioner Cabral. I think we're ready. It is 2:22. Back on the record. Mr. Bao, you're still under oath. And we were continuing with the questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Gary Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bao, and thank you for coming back this afternoon. Petitioner's attorneys filed Exhibit 45, which is titled Concept Cost Estimate for HoKua Place, and it appears to be on your company's letterhead. Is Exhibit 45 the copy of the infrastructure cost estimate that you were earlier referring to in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
You estimated that the cost of the infrastructure was about $83 million, and it's a little bit less than that according to Exhibit 45, but approximately $83 million is an accurate statement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
On what date did you prepare Exhibit 45?
I think this was, the date on it is January 2020, but I think that's an error. I think it was either end of 2020 or early 2021. I think that's a typo. I can check, but I think it was earlier this year.
But in any event, you prepared Exhibit 45 before Mr. Bracken began his testimony before the Land Use Commission, correct?
Yes, it was completed before Mr. Bracken was testified.
Who asked you to prepare the estimate which resulted in Exhibit 45?
I think it was the HG HoKua staff that had asked me to prepare it.
Can you give me a name of the person, if you recall, who asked you to prepare the estimate?
I believe her name, Trisha. Trisha is one of the managers.
Did anyone ever tell you the reason why you were being asked to prepare the estimate?
No, I just thought it'd be a good idea to have some numbers. I assumed it would be a good idea to have the numbers, but no explanation, no.
Why did you believe, or why did you assume that it would be a good idea to have some numbers?
In my experience in working with other developers, they always have want to see an updated cost to make sure that they have the right budget figures.
Okay. Do you recall about what date you gave the estimate to to your client? And let me, I understand you said you completed it, or your company completed it end of 2020 or early 2021. Maybe a better question I should ask is, how much time passed after the date the estimate Exhibit 45 was completed that you gave it or transmitted a copy to your client?
I don't recall. I've got to check our files. I believe it was sometime, like I said, I think it was either end of 2020 or early 2021.
Okay, but in any event, it was before this hearing commenced, before the Land Use Commission and before Mr. Bracken testified before us. Is that correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Who did you give the estimate to, or who was it transmitted or addressed to?
I believe I sent it to the team, the HoKua team. So that'll be Bill Ewan, Jana, Trish, Rousseau, Rioux. Sorry, Trish, if I butchered your name. But anyway, it was emailed to the team.
When you sent this email to the team, which contained, or strike that, when you sent Exhibit 45, the cost estimate to the team, at any time after that, did anyone talk to you about the estimate that was prepared, Exhibit 45?
No.
Did anyone ever tell you that they believe your estimate was wrong, erroneous, misleading, should be changed, or any type of modification should be made? Any words to that effect?
No.
Were you present listening to the testimony that Mr. Bracken was giving when he was asked about costs regarding infrastructure?
I think I was tuning in and out. I think I may have heard bits and pieces of his testimony. I know he was testifying for quite a long time. So if you ask me a question, I could see if I recollect hearing that testimony, that part of it.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you recall hearing him provide a dollar amount regarding anything to do with estimated costs regarding the project?
I think I heard that part of it. I believe he stated, I heard a number of 25 million. I don't know what that number entailed, whether that was for the entire project or a portion of the project. I just heard a number of 25 million, but that's the number that sticks in my head.
Okay, when you heard the number 25 million, did you form any opinion one way or another whether or not the testimony he was giving was accurate, not accurate, or you just didn't form an opinion one way or the other?
Not knowing what the basis of that number was, I couldn't form an opinion.
Okay. Now, during your last time before us, we were using the word, and we talked about the word resilience. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
The estimate that you prepared, Exhibit 45, is that an estimate of building the infrastructure with resilience, using that term as how you understand that term to mean, or is the estimate of construction without resilience?
The estimate is based on the county standards as they are presently written.
So that means that the estimate does not take into account construction with resilience or doesn't take into account construction with the eye to resilience as you understand the term resilience to mean. Is that a fair statement? I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
If the infrastructure needed to be designed and constructed with the goal of having resilience be designed and built, how much more would be added to the estimate of construction? And you can give that either in a percentage or by dollar amount.
I can't do that. I can't render that opinion because the design is not far enough along to offer that kind of opinion.
But resilience would increase the cost. Is that correct?
There are factors of safety built into this cost estimate. There's a 20% contingency built into it. So resiliency could possibly be built in, but not knowing the extent of design, I don't know if 20% is a good number or not. It could be 10%, you know, of the construction. So can't render your opinion.
When you were testifying, you used the term clean slate. I think it dealt with your ability to approach this project with a clean slate, but I might not be really correct, and that's why I'm asking you the question. When you use the term or phrase clean slate, what did you mean by that?
I meant another viewpoint, a fresh look at the project, more options. That's what I meant by it.
Okay, and so you were bringing those items to the table with your retention. Is that a fair statement?
What items are you talking about?
Well, what you just described, more options, a new viewpoint, things like that.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Was any of that, the clean slate items, was any of that reflected in the final environmental impact statement?
No.
Okay. Let me move on then to some questions regarding the environmental impact statement. And just so that, you know, I'm not accused of playing hide the ball, this is the reason, or these are the reasons why I'm asking you this question. It goes to the issue of whether or not a supplemental environmental impact statement is required under HAR, the Hawaii Administrative Rule, section 11-200.1-30, and that Hawaii Supreme Court case I mentioned in my last questioning. The case is called United Here! Local 5 versus City and County of Honolulu, which is found at 123 Hawaii Reports at 150. The Pacific Third citation is 231 Pacific Third 423. It's a 2010 Hawaii Supreme Court case. Okay, now in your report and also in the final EIS, there was a drainage plan that was attached to the final EIS as Exhibit F, correct? If you want to look at your report, go ahead and. I'm sorry?
What is Exhibit F? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, and why don't you take your time and maybe locate it because it'll be helpful, and your counsel can assist you too. That's the drainage plan that was attached to the final EIS, Exhibit F. It's Exhibit F to the final EIS.
Yeah, Bill is going to look for it. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to look on, let's see. I'm on my laptop right now. I'm trying to pull up Exhibit F from our files.
Okay, yeah, because I'm going to ask you to look at the drainage plan, which was attached to the final EIS. And I'm going to ask you some questions about that, and you might want to take a look at that. So let me give you a moment to try to get that document up in front of you.
Okay, so I think I have it. It's is it how many pages is it? I have a figure here labeled Kapa'a Highlands Phase 2 Preliminary Drainage Plan dated July 2011. Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah, that's correct. It's the diagram and it's found on page 153. It's
Yeah, I don't have that. I just have the excerpt of Exhibit F. So I'm just looking at this one piece here. But go ahead.
Okay.
You have
Yeah,
on the
okay.
black.
Yeah, that's the document anyway that I'm referring to. Okay, that your drainage analysis was prepared in February of 2021, which is almost 10 years after the drainage report, which was made part as Exhibit F of the final environmental impact statement. Isn't that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, was your drainage analysis that you prepared almost 10 years later, dated February 2021, was your drainage analysis at any time ever submitted as a supplement to the final environmental impact statement?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever learned or been part of any discussion about submitting your drainage analysis as a supplement to the final environmental impact statement?
I was not approached to provide copies of our report to augment or to amend the EIS.
Okay, and did anyone even discuss the possibility of submitting your drainage analysis as a supplement to the final environmental impact statement?
I believe we talked about it, but we were so far along. I was told that they were so far along with the EIS that the changes that we were working on were not material to the EIS.
Okay, and when you said we talked about it, who were the people, and please name them, that were involved in this discussion about the EIS being too far along?
That would be Bill Ewan.
Anyone else?
I believe we had conversations. I had conversations with Ron Agor.
Anyone else?
I believe that was it.
In your extensive career as an engineer and your career as reflected in your resume, which is part of the record, have you participated in the drafting of environmental impact statements, whether the preparation of draft environmental impact statements or final environmental impact statements or any other type of environmental impact statement?
I have provided engineering reports that were made part of the EIS.
In your experience in your professional practice, has anyone ever told you that it was legally permissible not to comply with the requirements of the law regarding environmental impact statements because, and I quote, "we are too far along," close quote?
No, I have not.
Based on your experience, your education, your experience with environmental impact statements, do you believe that is a sufficient justification not to provide material information to an environmental impact statement just because, quote, "we are too far along," close quote?
No, it has to be substantiated. But as I said earlier, the changes were deemed not material to the impact statement.
Who said the changes were not material to the impact statement?
I believe it was, I can't recall who it was, either Bill or Ron Agor.
And what did you understand Ron Agor's function or role to be with respect to the project?
Project architect, and also he was a preparer of he signed the EIS as a preparer of the document.
When you were told that what you had drafted was not material or changes were not material, did you tell them what you testified to at your last hearing, as far as what you told us, that you would not be willing to stamp the prior report? And when I say report, the prior drainage report, did you tell them that you would not have been willing to stamp the prior drainage report?
That's correct. I did.
Would you agree that not being willing to stamp the prior report would be common sense evidence that it probably means your updated report does have material changes?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I can tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you tell me why?
Okay, because there's different ways of doing things, right, as an engineer. If you ask one engineer to design something, it would be different, not substantially different, than another engineer. So as I mentioned before, I would have a different approach to things than Honua Engineering did on this report. Was it material? No, I looked at the report. I thought additional studies, additional analysis was necessary. And that's what I meant by clean slate. I needed more work to convince myself and be satisfied that what we were presenting today will stand up and can be built. So that was my basis for it. I did look at what was submitted in the EIS, and I too thought that some changes could be made to make it better. And I had mentioned that to the commissioners yesterday, in that I would not have put the detention basin 1 in the location that it is in proximity of the wetland. So that's one big highlight that came to mind. Now, having said that, I didn't really know where the wetland was located, right? It's a line drawn on a 500 scale map, so a boundary determination is needed. But I thought it would be prudent in my analysis to move that detention basin outside of it. It is a betterment. Can it be done the way it's drawn in the EIS? It's possible, but in my opinion, right, and it's unlikely that it will be permitted. Can it be done? With a lot of engineering and a lot of heartache dealing with the Corps of Engineers and Fish and Wildlife and so forth. It's possible, but it's tough.
Okay, but in any event, as you've just testified, you believe more analysis was needed after you reviewed the drainage report, which was submitted as part of the final environmental impact statement, correct?
Yes.
What additional analysis did you believe was necessary or needed?
Well, we needed to analyze the detention basins. I didn't see any sizing of detention basins in this report. So we had to run the numbers through our software program, as I mentioned before, the TR55 program, which is accepted by Department of Public Works. So we ran that through, and we also needed to study the terrain better to get a better feel for where the flows were coming and what the pre-development flows were. It wasn't clear in this report how to quantify that. So we needed to quantify that, and that's what we were doing.
Besides what you've testified up until now, were there any other additional analysis that you believe was necessary with respect to the drainage plan, which was attached to the final environmental impact statement?
Oh, that's generally it. We just needed more analysis to make sure that it worked.
Okay. Now, attached to your report or analysis were, I believe, 4 attachments, correct?
You're talking about my exhibits, right, that we presented for the hearing?
Yes. In other words, the report that you prepared, you had 4 attachments, and just so that we're all talking about the same pieces of paper, the first attachment is entitled NOAA NOAA Point Precipitation Frequency Estimates. That's one of your attachments to your report, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Why was this information important or necessary for your analysis or report?
It's used to quantify the amount of runoff for a certain design storm. So this would be your rainfall intensity.
What was the date of the information from NOAA NOAA with respect to the point precipitation frequency estimate?
I don't recall. Sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
What, to the best recollection you would have based on your normal procedure and practice of preparing these types of report, would you use information which is current within a certain period of time of when you prepared your report?
One more time, sorry.
I'm just trying to find out, would you normally use information from NOAA which is current within, for example, a year of the time when you're writing up this report, or you would go back 2 years, or you'd go back 5 years? I mean, what was your normal practice as far as how far back you'd be willing to reach to get this point precipitation frequency estimate report?
It's an online report, so we go online to NOAA site and we download it. So I'm not sure how frequently they update their data.
Okay, but you would go online near or at the time you draft the report, is that correct?
Right. That's correct.
Since June of 2011, which is the date of the drainage study, which was attached to the final environmental impact statement, or at least the best date I could get there, have the numbers of precipitation which are shown in your attachment 1 gone up or gone down since 2011?
I don't believe I saw that those numbers in the EIS. I don't think they were provided in the EIS, the rainfall frequency.
Yeah, you're correct. They weren't in the EIS, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm asking the question. But my more specific question is based on your experience and your experience in education. Have these numbers gone up or down in the last 10 years?
Based on my knowledge, I believe the rainfall intensity has gone up.
So you knowingly would not rely on precipitation data from 2011 in preparing your analysis, correct?
I would not.
And you would not rely on precipitation data from 2011 because rainfall has probably gone up since 2011 over the last 10 years. And if you relied on 2011 data, you might under-design or give a potentially harmful recommendation or design regarding drainage. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So your general practice would be to rely on the most available current data, correct?
The best available information, that's what I would do. That's correct. Now, having said that, Commissioner Okuda, the standards may not have been updated in Public Works. You know, they're in the process of updating it. The drainage standards are dated, they're old. And I know all the counties are in the process of updating it. So I wouldn't do it, but it's still, as I said before, it's the standards. You have to design to some standard, right? And if that's in black and white, that's what you design to. I'm not sure what Honua Engineering designed to because it's not in the document. So that's why I want to take it to the next level.
Yeah, let me explain to you. The standard that I am asking the questions about, or the standard, or the reason why I'm asking the questions is actually to comply with the standard. Actually, it's the admonition and direction by the Hawaii Supreme Court in the Unite Here Local 5 versus City and County case, which basically says that if there are, in some cases, material changes in data or information, it may require a supplemental environmental impact statement. And just speaking for myself, I hate to be admonished by the Hawaii Supreme Court. Yeah, that's just a personal thing. Can we move to attachment number 2, which is your attachment titled Custom Soil Resource Request? Do you see attachment number 2?
Is that in my report, my drainage analysis report?
Yeah, I believe that's attachment number 2.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Okay, take your time, take your time.
Yes, okay, I have it. That's USDA NRCS Island of Kauai, Hawaii. Is that the one you're looking at?
Yes, and it's dated December 4, 2020, correct?
Correct, I see it, I have it.
Why was this information important or necessary for your analysis or report?
What we use this for is to be plugged in. This is the soils in the area, right? So we use this to plug into our software, the TR55 program. It takes into account the rainfall data, the different types of soil, the percolation rates, and so forth, the slopes of the land. So all this is plugged into our software to generate a it generates a sizing for the detention basin. So that's the purpose of this, is to plug that information into our software.
And as far as the information you're plugging into your software with respect to custom soil resource report type of data, you would, as a matter of practice, plug in or input the most recent available data. Is that correct?
Soils don't change. It's as old as dirt. You heard that old as dirt? If that's what it is. It doesn't change.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't matter whether you use the report from 2011 or 2020 or 1850. In your opinion, it makes no difference.
It doesn't make any difference. The
Okay.
soil is the same.
Okay, good enough. Can you look at attachment number 3, which is the Greenbelt /channel reports? Do you see those reports? Yeah.
Hold on, I'm scrolling down.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Well, we're short on time, so I'm trying to rush through this so I can get you guys out of here.
No. Take your time, because this is a very important case for us, and we will give it as much time as necessary.
Okay. So again, what are you looking at again? What am I looking for?
Attachment number 3, which is the Greenbelt Channel Report.
Okay, I got it. Yep. Mm-hmm. I have it now.
What was the date these reports were generated?
December 2020. December 17th, 2020.
And why was this report important for your analysis or report?
If you scroll in through the report here, you'll see some channel reports and sections. It was to determine the flood boundaries and the construction limits.
Were these reports affected by rainfall data, such as the NOAA report, which was part of attachment number 1?
Yes, we routed. If you look at some of the other attachments behind this cover sheet, you'll see sections, and we ran a 100-year design storm through a channel or section to determine where the flood limits were.
Okay, so in other words, if in preparing...
Sorry, just one moment, Commissioner Okuda, sorry, I apologize. Mr. Collins?
Mr. Chair, sorry, I had raised my hand a little bit earlier. I just wanted to clarify that the chuckling and the muffled comments that occasionally can be heard are coming from Mr. Ewan and not another person who's off screen from Mr. Bao.
Who is in your room with you, Ms. Ahu?
Just myself, Bill, Ewan, and Bill Bao. And Bill can turn his video on.
Okay, thank you.
I had to go out and call the next witness. I didn't chuckle or anything like that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I take no offense one way or the other. I draw no conclusions one way or the other of either the statement by Mr. Collins, the response by Mr. Ewan. In fact, I didn't hear anything. I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Please continue, Commissioner Okuda.
Yeah, okay, and Mr. Bao, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I kind of lost track with the objection and the colloquy. But going to the documents or the reports which are attachment number 3, basically because you are routing in or taking information about rainfall, which was the attachment number 1 information, you would want to use the most current information available, correct?
We used the NOAA site, as I stated earlier, for the rainfall data.
And if you had used rainfall data from or about the date of the original drainage report, it would probably give a potentially erroneous conclusion. Is that correct?
With relation to the channel report or analysis, I think we would be very close. When I'm looking at the channel report, there was a lot of freeboard, great amount of freeboard. There wasn't any potential for overtopping or flooding out our site or any adjacent site. So I don't think it would have been a material change.
Okay, that's fine, but still you would want to have the most current data used in preparing the report based on your understanding of your own standard of care and standard of practice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and looking at the final report that was prepared, attachment number 4, the HydroCAD reports, what were the date or dates when this report was generated?
Hold on, let me check. About the same time period, December, I see a printout of December 17, 2020.
And what type of data was used or inputted to create these reports?
It was, as I mentioned before, the ground cover, the type of soils, the slope and terrain, the various, the location of the detention basins, the soil classification, let's see, runoff coefficients. I'm looking at the spreadsheet, the printout. This is a voluminous printout of material. It evaluates the time of concentration of the storm for a droplet of water to fall in the highest northern part to run all the way down through the parcel to the detention basin. So all that is factored into the study and the printout.
Okay, so rainfall or predicted rainfall data was also used to create the report, which appears as attachment number 4, correct?
It is an input item, yes.
Besides rainfall data, was there any other data inputted into that report which you believe might have changed over the last 10 years before the report was prepared and generated?
I don't understand the question. Could you rephrase?
Okay, I'm just trying to find out, is there any data or category of data that was used to prepare the report where that data would possibly be different 10 years before?
Well, as I mentioned before, the rainfall intensity may have changed, right, 10 years ago.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that comes to mind presently.
Okay. Now, if I can ask you to compare 2 plans that are here. These are the 2 conceptual plans. One is Exhibit 27, which is titled the HoKua Place Concept Proposed Drainage Map. That's December 2020. And Exhibit 34, which is the HoKua Place Conceptual Subdivision Map, which is dated February 2021.
Excuse me, Commissioner Okuda?
Yeah.
Exhibit 34,
Yes.
Hokua wetlands map?
Yeah, that's another way of describing Exhibit 34.
What is that? 34. I don't think I have a copy of that. Hold on, let me get a copy of that. Sorry.
And this will be probably my last series of questions.
How much longer do you believe, Commissioner Okuda?
Maybe 10 minutes, Chair.
Okay, I believe Commissioner Ohigashi, who has his hand raised, might have another question or two. I still have questions as well.
Okay, I will try to keep this brief. Let me give you the question here. Let me try to short circuit this. Exhibit 34 shows location of wetlands, correct?
You're muted.
I'm trying to call it
Go ahead.
up.
Is that the one?
Yeah, yes, the map that has the wetlands, exhibit 34, do you see that?
Yes, I believe we're looking at the same thing.
Okay. Is that the first map or diagram that you are aware of which delineates or shows the location of the wetlands?
Yes. We created this by overlaying the wetland map with our maps for the development.
Okay, and when you overlaid it, that would be on or about February of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Or that was a print date. Probably the analysis was done sometime in December or January. That's the date on the figure is the final print date. So yes, early 2021.
Oh, okay. And when you say December, you mean December of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And that is the first document submitted by the petitioner or applicant, which delineates or shows the location of wetlands, correct?
I don't know what was submitted. I assume so.
Do you believe, based on your experience in your profession, including your experience with environmental impact statements, that this is the type of information that should be included in an environmental impact statement?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bauer. Appreciate your indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Ohigashi, thanks for your patience.
I just wanted to ask you about exhibit number 45. Is it okay to ask about exhibit 45? Is it in evidence? I think.
I don't know which one is that. Is that the cost estimate?
Cost estimate, yeah.
Mr. Ewan,
Okay, yeah.
I believe it's not in evidence yet, or is it? Is that the one excluded?
It's not in evidence yet.
I'm going to introduce it after you finish testifying on it.
So I'm just asking, is it okay to ask questions on it, Mr. Chair?
So none of the parties have had the chance to examine it. So what you're asking about this document that we don't have access to, is that right, Commissioner?
I saw it on our page, so I'm just,
Okay.
and it was referred to by Mr. Okuda, so I was just asking, I was just wondering if I could ask questions about it.
Okay.
My questions are basically, it says subdivision cost summary, and I just wanted to know what is considered subdivision cost as defined in the use of this document.
Is what's going to prevent you from introducing it now, Bill?
Nothing. I move to introduce Exhibit 45 into evidence. I believe Mr. Collins wants to ask some questions regarding it, so I leave it to you to decide who gets to ask the questions first.
Well, okay, so we're going to pause with Mr. Bao for a second for the purpose of getting this onto the record so that it can be used in questioning by Commissioner Ohigashi. Are there questions or objections to the introduction of Exhibit 45 into the record? Mr. Donahoe.
No, Chair.
Mr. Yee.
No objection.
Mr. Collins.
None.
Okay. Exhibit 45 is entered into the record. Mr. Ohigashi, Commissioner Ohigashi, excuse me. Please proceed.
My father is Mr. What? Okay, Mr. Bao, so you heard my question is essentially what is defined as subdivision cost in this particular document that you prepared?
It's the cost for the infrastructure, construction costs.
And infrastructure, do you mean only the drainage requirements in a water development, or do you mean interior roads, or what is included and what is excluded from this estimate?
It's everything. It's so to go through it is to prepare the land ready for going vertical, for the vertical construction. So we have costs to grade the multifamily subdivision parcels. You can see costs that's titled main roadway, which is a spline roadway that comes through the middle of the property that connects up Olohena to the bypass road. There's costs for off-site sewer, for intersections, 2 intersections, as you can see there. Well development costs. We got these costs from Tom Nance, booster pumps and so forth. And we threw in a 20% contingency on top of that. So that's where I arrived at a budget estimate of just under $83 million.
I remember some testimony or maybe some comment that there was the main road would run 25 or $26 million. Is that part of this or anything like?
Yes, my cost estimate is titled main road, right about in the middle, 3,350 lineal feet. That's a cost 1,300 per foot, which is for all the utilities that run in the road, drainage, water, sewer, and that totals to 4,355,000.
So I'm just trying to get an idea. The roadway, the development was that of the bypass road, is that the main road, which would entail paving and grading and all that? So is that the main road? So it's
that's correct.
3,350 feet of that main road.
Right. That would run from Olohena up north all the way through the site, tying into the bypass road. That's so about 3/4 of a mile.
So this include off-site infrastructure.
Correct. I have off-site sewer infrastructure at a cost of a small cost, just under 400,000.
And is there, did you include in this estimate anything to do with improvements to the wastewater facility as an off-site?
I don't know. We did not, because I don't know what is needed.
So there may be additional off-site improvements that have not been considered as part of the estimate. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this for the entire development and not, or is it broken down into some kind of phasing, or is it just one whole amount for the?
It's for the entire subdivision. So full build out.
Thank you for letting me understand exhibit number 45.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Higashi. Commissioners, any further questions for Mr. Bao? Mr. Bao, I think I finally, oh, Commissioner Chang, nope, it was taken away.
I know, I couldn't let you get past that one, Mr. Chair. Just one final question in light of Commissioner Ohigashi's questions about Exhibit 45, because I didn't have this when I was asking Mr. Bao questions the other day. So Mr. Bao, you said this is for the full build out of the entire projects that's the subject of the DBA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you also said that some of these other offsite improvements, you don't know what they are because you don't know what the design is. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
So is it fair to say that the $83 million would be the minimum or the floor upon which additional costs for off-site improvements may be added to the 83 million?
I think if you look at it, I have a 20% contingency. There's $14 million built into this. So I don't know if you have $14 million of off-site improvements, but you know, we did budget for the unforeseen. We don't know what that's going to be.
Right. But what is the standard practice for a contingency fund? 10%, 20%? Don't you normally include a contingency fund?
Yes, we do. At this juncture of the design, which there really isn't any design, it's basically we have these bubble diagrams that show the multifamily is going to be here and it's 30 acres, single family is here. So we're just basically on acreage. And so the costs are based, real crude costs, although they are real costs based on our experience on Kauai. And we show that on the second page, the Kauai Workforce Housing Project and the Waimea Affordable Housing Project. So we have real numbers here. These are projects that were constructed within the last year. So these are very current numbers that we are applying on a per acre basis, not knowing any infrastructure, any roadways or utility sizes. This is the best we have at this moment in time.
And you appear to be an extremely diligent professional person, and I greatly appreciate that. And you are obviously someone of great integrity. I can see that as well through your testimony. You know, the difficulty for, at least for me as the land use commissioner, is having to approve a project that may appear to be extremely speculative. And so this project seems to have a lot of unknowns to it, and which makes me extremely anxious. Your numbers have been the first numbers that I have seen that provide a realistic cost estimate for the project upon which we can build upon to evaluate whether this is, you know, this is a real project and they're serious. But what I'm also, I mean, the realities of construction in Hawaii, and I won't even begin to talk to you about the rail project. 20% contingency may not be that unrealistic, given cost delays, given regulatory processes. But you wouldn't necessarily disagree with me if I said, based upon your testimony and the information that we have, including a lot of the unknown mitigation, you know, climate change, the wastewater, what, you know, all these other changes, that your $83 million may be closer to the floor, the baseline of construction costs for the development, and a lot of these potential offsite improvements may only add to that estimate. Would I be unreasonable to conclude that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
The reason is that with rail, uses that as an example, it's in a corridor that has numerous utilities, right? There was acquisition of land, right? All these factors go into it. This, using my term, it's a clean slate. It's a blank piece of land. There's no unforeseen. So, you know, there really isn't any unforeseen similar to what they're encountering with rail. So I think our costs, I stand by my costs. The only thing we don't know is the offsite and what the requirement will be for us to participate on improvements to the offsite, whether it be wastewater or what have you. So we still need to work that out with the county, right? So at this juncture, I think as far as the on-site, I'm very confident on these numbers here. I'm not confident on the off-site because we haven't had the discussions with the county. That's really the next step in this process.
And let me ask you one final question, and I do promise this is my final question. Would it be unreasonable for the Land Use Commission to require a performance bond in the, to cover the cost of construction, your estimated costs? To ensure that
yes.
those, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, if I understand your question, what you're asking is, would it be appropriate for, in my opinion, would it be appropriate for the Land Use Commission to require a bond for the construction of the project? Is that
That's
correct? Is
correct.
that my understanding?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So my opinion would be, it would not be appropriate for the Land Use Commission to impose a bond. A bond, a performance material bond, is usually imposed when you have clear contract documents. We have nothing here. You know, we have no documents whatsoever. You have my best guess on an acreage basis. As you said, is this the floor or ceiling? You know, I mean, I'm thinking this would be, I'm hoping this is the ceiling, you know, but that's my point. Usually a bond is on a prepared set of drawings, and it's there to protect the buyer, right? So if the contractor pulls a bond, if he defaults, then you can call on the bond to finish the project. In this case, there is nothing. There's no drawings. There's nothing on paper yet. There's nothing to cost out. You have my preliminary, but that's what it is. It's just preliminary. And I don't believe you can acquire a bond for something this preliminary.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you a question, so I'm going to stay true to what my last statement. I'm going to make a comment though.
Okay.
Your comment about ensuring the performance, what this developer is asking the Land Use Commission is to approve a project with so many unknowns. What guarantees can we provide the community that these infrastructures are going to be built before all those homes are built and they're able to make, to sell their market homes? That is the dilemma that I feel as a land use commissioner. How do we protect the community to ensure that those infrastructure is built per their representation? So no, you don't have to answer. That's just my final comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, is there any further? I have a couple of questions for Mr. Bao. Anything, commissioners? No. Mr. Bao, I want to refer to your Exhibit 25, specifically the water analysis portion on section 2.4, page 8. You state, and I believe you're referring to or summarizing results from Tom Nance's study. A test well was drilled at the proposed location and was pumped for 12 hours at 550 gallons per minute and produced
I'm sorry, Chair. Can you slow down a little bit? I'm not getting each word clearly.
Section 2.4, proposed water source states, has a sentence, based on the results, it was determined that a capacity of 500 GPM or gallons per minute is sustainable for a properly developed well, and that further pump testing of the new well will be conducted to observe the aquifer response to the well. Am I reading that correctly, Mr. Bao?
I'm looking for it. I'm sorry. So you're on page 1. I'm sorry. I just found it.
Page 8.
Page 8. Okay.
Section 2.4, proposed water source, third line.
I don't have it. Hold on. Do you have it? Do you have a copy of it? Sorry, Commissioner. Let me pull a copy out so we look at the same thing.
Mr. Chair, can I share my screen?
Please. Ms. Ahu?
Give me 1 second. It's just slow to load.
Oh, must be a huge report. Very thorough.
If you go to page 8, please.
Oh, okay.
That page, scroll up,
Gotcha.
third line. Based on the results, it was determined that a capacity of 500 gallons per minute is sustainable for a properly developed well. I'm
Okay,
reading that
got it.
correctly? What would,
Yes.
how much, if pumped at 24 hours a day, how much water would that produce?
Hold on. Let me. $500 gallons per minute times 60 times 24, 720,000 gallons.
Okay, or 0.72 MGD.
Right.
Okay. Have you been involved with the dedication of water systems to the counties?
I have not. I've not wells. I've done water piping systems. I believe these numbers and the dedication of well will be done by Tom Nance Water Resources.
Okay. So then you might not be familiar with the fact that the amount of water credits that a county will give is often, typically in Hawaii. They will first say you're not going to pump a well 24 hours a day. You're going to calculate that actual functional production as 2/3 of that, 16 hours a day.
Right.
And on
That's
top
correct.
of that, okay, that's good, thank you. And then on top of that, the county often reserves 1/3 of the credits for their own use. Even if you fully develop the source, storage, and transmission. So the actual production would be 2/3 of 2/3. So can you tell me how much water, if this well was dedicated to the county under that formula, would actually be available to the development?
I think I can run the numbers. So 2/3 of that, and 2/3 of that, 323,000.
Okay. And then if Ms. Ahu, if you would scroll up to the bottom of page 6. I believe the 3 columns that you have there are the average daily demand, the maximum daily demand, and the peak hour. So the average daily demand exceeds the amount that might be available if you dedicated this system to the county, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so where's the extra water going to come from?
A bigger well. I think this is a good question for Tom Nance because he's the one that ran the well tests. I know he's planning to drill a bigger well. He ran some pump tests on a smaller cased well. So I know he's proposing to put in a larger casing in there. I'm not sure if that will, I don't know what the sustainable yield would be.
So
I think that's a good question for Tom.
Well, I realize that's a question for Tom, and Ms. Ahu, you can stop sharing screen. But really, I'm asking you the question about your report, which asserted that this well would be sufficient for this project based on that pump size.
Right. Based on the pump capacity that we provided, the 500 gallons, notwithstanding the allowances and factor safeties, as you mentioned, that they're built into it, it appears as though we're a little short, right? So we still need to have a discussion with the Department of Water Supply because we're not sure whether they may have some additional sources and may not need a larger well here. So that conversation still needs to be had with the Department of Water.
But you would agree that it's within the broad scope of the Land Use Commission to at least have some assurance that there's water available for a project?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Giovanni, Commissioner Giovanni, did you have a question or can I continue with mine? Oh, you're muted, Commissioner.
I do have a question, but I prefer you continue, and my question is relatively simple.
Okay. My second question, set of questions for you, Mr. Bao, has to do with the well location. Are you familiar with what the UIC line is?
Yes.
Can you explain what the underground injection control line is?
Yeah, it's a line that to protect the groundwater.
So typically drinking water wells are not allowed Mackay of the UIC line, correct?
Correct.
But this well is Mackay of the UIC line?
Correct.
Was any analysis of the capture zone of this proposed well done? In other words,
I believe
the area
yes, I believe
in which is contamination might flow into this well.
I understand that Tom did do a pump test and took samples of the water, recent samples that were submitted. I'm not sure if it was submitted as documents to the commission or not, but
there are, if I may,
okay.
Mr. Bao,
Sure.
there are, but that's not an analysis of the capture zone. The capture zone lays out on a map the area in which you generally try to prohibit development because contamination could flow from that area into the water source. Was there any analysis of the potential impact of your drainage basins on the water source?
No.
Any analysis of the potential impacts that you're aware of the potential agricultural lots and uses on the agricultural lots on the water source?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Bao. I realize we're going a little bit past time, but I would like to, after your tremendous patience with us, get through and be able to release you, at least for now. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. I want to refer back to new Exhibit 45 and follow up on the line of questioning from Commissioner that was put forth by Commissioner.
Please go ahead.
Regarding the whether or not these estimates, how we should view these estimates, and thank you for bringing them forth. I agree with that. And just by example, let's just take your assumption for these intersections for the roadway. There's 2 of them off-site.
Right.
The cost was based off of the Ninini Street Point intersection with Kapuli Highway and a conversion from concrete to asphalt at $800,000. Is that an intersection that provides for safe transit of walkers and bicyclers across the bypass road?
No, it does not. That's in the, are you familiar with the intersection, Ninini Point?
I am. I live here.
Yeah. Yep. So no, there is no sidewalks in the area. It's just grass shoulders.
That's right.
And no
So
crossing.
an example of how these costs can creep up, as Commissioner Chang was alluding to, once we start considering things like sidewalks and stoplights and roundabouts and overpasses and underpasses, would you agree that these costs could grow considerably?
I think it's possible it could grow. I don't know what considerably means. Maybe, you know, I don't know. I can't have an opinion on that.
Okay, then describe what the intersection would look like based on the estimate that you provided at $800,000.
It would contain left turn pockets. So this one here contains left turn pockets, acceleration lanes, deceleration lanes, I believe the length of the intersection was about 1,500 feet in length with the XL, decel lanes coming into it. Quite substantial because of the speed along that highway. So in this area here, I think the speed limit is a little lower than that of Kapuli Highway.
Yeah, but no provisions for pedestrians or bicyclists.
I don't think we will be designing the project to complete street standards, and we'll be providing bike paths and walkways and so forth. I wouldn't necessarily put a bike lane or a walkway across an intersection like this, you know. I would probably route it further down toward the roundabout and hit it that way. This would be an unsafe location to put in crosswalks, in my opinion.
In my opinion, I agree with your last statement. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there anything further? Ms. Ahu, any redirect, or Mr. Ewan?
Yes. Mr. Bao, in response to questions by Commissioner Chang, you stated it would be preliminary to obtain a performance bond for this project. Is that correct? Is that
That's correct.
Should the Land Use Commission approve a reclassification to the urban district, what's the next step?
It would go for a rezoning through the county and through the county scrutiny.
And assuming the county rezones the property to an appropriate residential or other district, what then would you have to do in order to obtain the permits to build a project? What's the next step?
We'd have to prepare contract construction drawings for the various subdivisions, whether it be multifamily or single family, the park site. So, and to the phasing plan that the developer is heading toward for a 10-year build out. So it won't be done all at once.
So, but you'd have to go to the county for subdivision approval.
Right, that's correct.
And at that time, would it be appropriate to post a performance bond for the various subdivision improvements that the developer would have to make in order to create buildable lots for the project?
It would be required as part of the grading permit.
And have you had experience dealing with sureties in the course of assisting clients to obtain performance bonds?
Yes, I have.
And in all cases, do the sureties require at a minimum plans and sometimes contract estimates or firm contracts before they will award or issue a bond for a project?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Folks, it is well past the time I promised, and we've been going a while, so thanks to everyone, particularly our court reporter, for your stamina. Our next hearing on this matter is scheduled right now to be April 15th, followed by April 29th, May 13th, and then May 27th. But obviously the parties will need to keep in close touch with the LUC staff on that matter. Mr. Collins.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get clarity that our opportunity to recross this witness will occur at the next meeting, or is that going to be at some other point?
You ask many questions, Mr. Collins, which nobody ever asks in front of the LUC. We don't typically have recrosses on our witnesses.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought because they added a new exhibit and he got asked a whole bunch of questions about that new, I thought that was what was agreed when they were going to bring in the new exhibit. No, I'm sorry. I thought I must have misunderstood.
I believe there was an earlier, however, if I recall correctly, and I will let the various parties weigh in on this, we asked for the right to call back Mr. Bao if necessary after other testifiers had gone, particularly when he was testifying, but deferred to certain items. But due to the length of the hearings that we've had, I'd have to like look at the transcript to confirm that my recollection is correct. But is that generally what is understood, Ms. Ahu or Mr. Yuan, and Mr. Bao could be recalled on certain matters?
I believe that would be at the commission's discretion if the commission feels his testimony is necessary, additional testimony is necessary.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
My recollection is that it was normally recross is not allowed because the exhibit had not been produced during Mr. Collins's initial cross-examination. He had asked for permission to question the witness solely on the issue of the exhibit whenever the exhibit was introduced. And so just to be clear what I think he's referring to, I think there was a discussion about that and his reservation of the right to ask to recross when the exhibit was provided.
Okay, Ms. Chow, that is ringing a bell. You were not with us our entire time, but perhaps you were for that.
Yeah, I was here for that portion, and I believe that Mr. Yi's recollection is correct.
Okay, so let's put Mr. Bao back into the lineup for this particular recross on that particular exhibit. But if it's okay, rather than dragging Mr. Bao back 3 times, we might, or twice instead of just once, we might, I am open to suggestions, but we might wait till after we've heard from Mr. Nance, because there's at least some overlapping testimony with Mr. Nance, where Mr. Bao has deferred to Mr. Nance, but if Mr. Nance cannot answer the questions, we might want to talk to Mr. Bao after that. Mr. Collins, how does that sound?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any problem with that at all. And I'm sorry that I confused the 2 issues, which was the possibility of recalling him if the other witnesses can't answer the questions that we were trying to ask him, as opposed to this exhibit. But there's no problem in terms of the sequencing, because I don't think Mr. Bao is going to change what he's going to answer based on what other people say. So
thank you. Commissioner Giovanni.
Yeah, I like that general idea, but I would prefer that Mr. Bao be called back after Mr. Nance and the witness for the petitioner on the traffic questions, because to my reading, Exhibit 45 is in conflict with some of the information that's presented in the TIR, and I'd like to hear from the traffic person and then refer back to Mr. Bao as a final opportunity.
Okay. With those caveats, it would be helpful, Mr. Yuan and Ms. Ahu, if prior to our next hearing, you give us the order of witnesses that you have planned for our next tentative date. And sorry, just for scheduling purposes, Mr. Collins, do you have a sense of how long you would want with Mr. Bao?
If it's with respect to exhibit 45, yeah, I would be surprised if we go past 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
We just have a few questions. Thank you.
That's helpful for all the parties in our scheduling. Is there any other procedural matters that we have before us?
Do we have a full day on the 15th of April or a partial day?
Mr. Derrickson?
Yes, aloha. It's a partial day. There's sharing space on the docket there for some other docket. So each of the dates that we have tentatively scheduled in the future for this project are shared dockets. Does that make sense?
About what time do you estimate we'd go on?
We can go set it up later. We'll set you up to go after the initial docket or dockets. So it won't be right at the start.
I will say after 6.5 years on this commission, Mr. Ewan, my only solution was to never schedule anything else on LUC days. I can never predict how long things take. And I think that if we were qualifying experts, we might qualify me as an expert on the length of time that it takes to do things in front of the LUC. So I wish I could give you a better answer, but we probably cannot.
Chair, can I make this comment just as once and so I don't make it again? But we have a September 18th, 2021 deadline to complete this case. And if you're including, we obviously need to include the time it'll take to draft documents and reply to them and, object to them. And then for the decision by the LUC, and then for any subsequent meetings you may or may not need. So to the extent we can encourage maybe, double booking some of these things as much as possible. I am very worried that we're going to run late, and then you're going to force the parties to shorten the time that we have to, more importantly, going to shorten the time the Office of Planning has to prepare our objections or our case, even worse, simply because you need to, we took so much time on the petitioner's case. And I'm not faulting the amount of time, but I'm just concerned about that given the pace we've gone through so far. Thank you. And I think I can stop and making that statement.
Okay, your audio conveniently cut out when you chose to stop, so there you go. Your comment is noted, Mr. Yi. Anything further from the parties, commissioners? With not, thank you to everyone, and I declare this meeting adjourned.